Loud. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Committee of the Whole meeting of Fernie City Council held on July 15th, 2025. Kisuk Yukit. We acknowledge that the city of Fernie is located within Kukinamakis, the unceded territory of Yakat Atnukliat First Nation. We recognize that we live and work within their vast lands. The Kanahunik are from Yakat Atnukliat and are members of the Tanaha-speaking peoples of British Columbia, Idaho, and Montana. I'll call the meeting to order at 6:31 p.m. and ask for a mover and a seconder for the following staff recommendation that the agenda of the July 15th, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting be adopted. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Ramadas. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. And now I'll ask for a mover and a seconder for the following staff recommendation at 4.1 that the minutes of the June 17th, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting be adopted. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Ramadas. Any discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. That's unanimous again. I will now open the floor and invite the public in attendance or participating electronically who wish to comment on items listed in the meeting agenda in accordance with section 3.7.3 of the procedure bylaw to address council, except speakers must not address council regarding a matter for which a public hearing must be held or has been held pursuant to Local Government Act. Prior to council's consideration of the matter or adoption of the bylaw, speakers must not address council regarding a permit for which public notice must be given or has been given pursuant to Local Government Act prior to council's consideration of issuance of the permit. The speaker may only address council for a maximum of 3 minutes. And when you approach the podium or log on electronically, speakers are asked to state their full name and community of residence. So I'll first look to the gallery and see if anyone in the room wishes to speak to the Committee of the Whole agenda. Seeing none, I'll check with Ms. Rhodes. Is there anyone online? There is somebody online. Is he there?
Hello, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, thank you. Chris Inglis, owner of Fernie Corn Sales, currently reside in Cranbrook, BC, but have business and ties to Fernie. Mayor, I just wanted to bring to your attention, you're going to talk tonight about the building permit access and updates. I just wanted to let you know I did bring this to your attention 2 weeks ago, and I just want you to really understand, and I think how you need to understand is how the city senior staff conduct their business with these permits. You need to actually go out in the community and talk to these builders and to hear their stories and hear their frustrations, not what you think is going on behind closed doors within the city hall in the city of Fernie, because that's not the true picture. And I'll give you an example. I'm very good friends with the owner of Wendy's in Cranbrook and in Fernie. And he said to build that building in Fernie, and he has 9 other locations, he's never gone through the process and what the city requires to get these permits. He's never seen it other than 9 locations. So I think you really need to look deep inside and within City Hall and city staff of what they're asking for and how they're doing it. That's where a lot of your process and timelines are being lost. And I'll be honest, Mayor, I mentioned this to you 2 years ago about the process and how it's slowing down and what my friend, the owner, went through, and he was willing to meet with you. And still to this date, nobody from the city has contacted him or yourself, Mayor, when I even said to you I'd give you his contact information to meet with him to hear his side of the story so you don't have to hear it third hand. That still hasn't happened, and here we are today with, like I said, in very dire straits with the building process and permits being issued. So that was one thing I wanted to talk about. The other thing on your special agenda meeting tonight,
You
Mayor.
can't, Mr. Inglis, you can't speak to the special agenda until we're in the special meeting.
Okay, and I appreciate that. There'll be a time then.
There will.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just had those few comments at the building permit process, but I encourage council members, like, why don't you see the list and go out and talk to these contractors and hear the story from them? It's just so much gets lost in translation between city staff and actually the contractors or anybody that deals with the city. It always becomes a different story by the time it reaches city hall or city council. So I encourage the mayor and council to actually talk to some of the community members and find out why this community is so divided on so many issues and never has been this much until this current council is in power. Thank you.
Anyone else, Ms. Rhodes? Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item 6.1, delegations and other presentations. A presentation from Elk Valley Resources from Mr. Rory O'Connor and Mr. Dan Mick.
Good evening, Your Worship, respected members of council, staff, and the public. My name is Rory O'Connor. I'm the Director of Indigenous and Government Relations for EVR. Thank you very much for having us here today. In the gallery, we have Ernie Canlis, the General Manager of Fording River Operations, who's joining us, and Dan Mick, who is the Project Director for the Fording River Extension Project. So we'll be speaking with you tonight. Before we begin, Your Worship, would it be possible to request an additional 5 minutes to our allotted time slot this evening?
Anybody move that? Councillor Audie Kelly, seconded by Councillor Ramirez. Any discussion? All those in favor? You have your extra 5 minutes. We'll wait a moment till we get the clock sorted. Are we ready?
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
So we are here this evening to discuss a very important project at Fording River Operations to provide continuity to those operations. I'm going to turn it over to Dan as the project director just to walk us through what those changes are and a recent milestone that we've achieved with the project. And then we'll end just with some general topics regarding our contributions in the region to Fernie specifically, and have a request for you this evening if we could make that for a letter of support for the Fording River Extension project. Thank you.
So for maybe those less familiar, so Fording River Operations is Elk Valley Resources' northmost operation in the Elk Valley. So it's northeast of Elkford, BC. And the Fording River Extension Project is an extension of the mine life, or proposed extension of the mine life for Fording River Operations directly to the south and adjacent to existing operations. The project would extend Fording River's mine life by approximately 34 years. Without approval by 2028. So construction could occur between 2028 and 2030. Employment and production would start to curtail at that operations in the early 2030s, leading to resource depletion and closure of operations in the mid to late 2030s. So the initial project was submitted in 2021. The decision at that time was that more work was required by the province. Working to address Yakak, Nikleyet, and Ktunaxa Nations Council's key concerns with the project. So works occurred over the last 2 years, since September 2023, to work together with Yakak, Nikleyet, and Ktunaxa Nation Council to try to address their key concerns with the project, really around terrestrial impacts to water and water quality, and Ktunaxa rights. So we feel that the work that we've done together, we've been able to get to the project to a place where we've been able to address most of those key concerns. And we've recently resubmitted the detailed project description. The next regulatory step is a readiness decision by the province. And that is the decision that the project is able to move to the environmental assessment, where an assessment can be carried out to determine if the project is in public interest and able to move forward. So Rory will talk about it a little bit more, but we're here to seek or for consideration a letter of support for the Fernie River Extension project to enter the environmental assessment, for the assessment to occur, not necessarily for project approval. That decision on project approval is a future step, which wouldn't occur until 2027 or 2028. And then, like I said, pending that decision, construction would start in 2028, continue to 2030, allowing for the continuity of operations. Just a schematic, just, really the work's been focused on land, water access, really incorporating the learnings of, the past 50 years of mining at Fernie River operations into a better project. On this slide, I might just draw council's attention to the map on the right-hand side, just demonstrated in purple. That was the initial project proposal. The green outline is Fernie River's existing mine permit boundary. And then the updated gray overlay is the revised project footprint. So as you can see, you've been working to reduce disturbance in undisturbed areas and utilize the disturbance of existing operations such that the project has the opportunity to create the same multi-generational benefits as Fernie River has over the last 50 years in about a third of the footprint of existing operations. Also been working hard to incorporate our learnings from developing the Elk Valley Water Quality Plan and the implementation of that plan into project design. One of the biggest water quality challenges from the legacy of mining in the valley is the ability to collect water from how the historic mine rock was placed. So those learnings are built to the project. So the picture on the right, just looking at the colors, north is kind of to the top left, but the purple mine rock gets placed in the existing Eagle pits at operations. Water treatment's in place with the Fording North treatment facility and working. Green is in Kilmarnock. Fording South water treatment is in place and working. And then the yellow and the orange are the mine rock placed inside the project pits themselves with water treatment incorporated into the project design. So really learning from the challenges of the development and implementation of water quality plan, really building those learnings to the project such that the future operations won't have the same impact as legacy operations have had. For those less familiar with the mining effects on water quality, the mining process breaks up rock into smaller pieces, increasing the surface area. As water and air gets in contact with that surface area, elements from the minerals that are soluble are able to dissolve and then flow into the watersheds. So that includes selenium, and high concentrations of those elements can have negative aquatic health effects. So in the Elk Valley, we've developed something called the Elk Valley Water Quality Plan. Tech at the time, now EVR, working with the province, Tanaha, the United States, and other experts, basically developed the Elk Valley Water Quality Plan to set short, medium, and long-term targets intended to protect the ecological integrity of the watershed. The elements or the constituents, selenium and nitrate being the main ones, but also sulfate and so what we've done is set compliance points through the watershed to be protective of the most sensitive receptor. So for selenium, that being fish and reproduction, and nitrate, that being benthics or the bugs. So in combination with the changes and revisions that we've made to improve the project and project outcomes, there's also been a lot of progress since 2021 on that initial project description. So we've built and have in place 4 water treatment facilities in the Elk Valley working, removing selenium nitrate, Line Creek, 1 at Elkview, and then 2 at Fording River. And we have 2 more under construction, one on the north end of Line Creek operations in Dry Creek, and then 1 in Line Creek proper. More importantly, and then building that treatment is that the treatment's working and we're treating more water. So what this graph shows is volume of water treated on the vertical axis and time along the bottom. You'll see a big ramp up in 2021. So since 2021, we brought online treatment at Elkview and true treatment facilities at Fording River. And then maybe more importantly in the water we're treating is the results. So on this graph, what you'll see in the vertical axis is selenium. You'll see time along the bottom. This is a compliance point or the measurement point that we take directly downstream of Fording River operations. And then what you'll see is I'll draw your line to the step dark line. That's the compliance limits. The wavy lines that you see there are the model projections. And then most importantly are the green dots, which is the actual selenium concentrations. So we're really excited in 2023 that we could start seeing selenium concentrations, what we thought were dropping. But we're really happy to say we've seen that trend continue and confirming that decrease in 2024 and 2025 results, such that selenium concentrations of the upper Fording River are back down to the levels they were in 2012 when we first developed and started to implement the Elk Valley Water Quality Plan. This is a similar point. So this is the furthest south compliance point, furthest down on the in the Elk River watershed. So this is at Kookanusa Reservoir, just above the U.S. border, and really happy to share that in 2024 we had no exceedances in Lake Kookanusa.
Thanks, Dan. So in addition to the environmental efforts that are ongoing and investments, we just wanted to share a bit more about the broader socioeconomic benefits of our business. As Dan may have mentioned at the beginning there, so Fording River operations themselves employ about 1,500 people from across the region. Our total company employment is in and around 5,500 people. As many of you might be familiar, about 800 of those people are are residents, pardon me, here in Fernie. And about half of our total population lives and resides within the Elk Valley and within our 4 communities, really from the Crow's Nest Pass, Sparwood, Elkford, and Fernie. And I think one of the greatest tributes to the benefits from the social side are seeing things like the announcement that we made last week of the $1 million invested in the Elk Valley Fieldhouse Society. I'm not sure if it was Photoshop, but there was an incredible, handsome group of people in those photos. So very well done there, but just really proud of the partnership where various entities, public and private, can come together like that and actually contribute to meet some really important community needs. One of the things that always amazes me as a resident of Fernie and of the Elk Valley with our industry is for such a tiny geographic portion of the province and really of the country, the economic engine that this is and that this drives on the provincial scale, to think that the mines in this little corner of the province generate 60% of BC's mining GDP and 9% of the GDP across Canada that's generated through mining is really staggering. So something we're very proud of, the fact that that work doesn't just generate benefits for direct employees, but also contractors and those indirect effects of people running hospitality industry and other businesses that are serving the basic needs of us as residents. So very proud of that, really excited about the numbers, and we're doing some work currently so that we can get these statistics updated, as we think we have a great story to continue to tell. We met with the Premier yesterday and had an opportunity to share this information with him and representatives of his government as well. And whenever people see these numbers and they start to digest them, it's something that really makes a positive impact. So I'm very excited to share that as well. Now comes the ask portion of the presentation. So as we look ahead to the future of our operations, and particularly at Fording River, which represents about almost 40% of EVR's total production, so really a very substantial part of our business. The key piece in the future puzzle is the Fording River Extension project. And so having hit this milestone of over the last several years, really working on a very collaborative process together with the Akadaknikleyat and the Ktunaxa Nation Council, seeing a letter of support from the Ktunaxa Nation, from the Akadaknikleyat, and non-opposition from the Ktunaxa Nation Council to submit the revised detailed project description for this project. We really feel that we're in a very exciting place, and particularly as we look back on where we were several years ago. When we think through all of the improvements in water quality, really those investments in water treatment are having an impact. And I know that's a big topic on everyone's mind in Fernie. And Your Worship, you've been very generous at reminding me from time to time that Fernie really is at, sort of a receiving point downstream of all of the mines. And so we're really excited to be able to show the impacts, the positive benefits of the treatment that we have in place and that which we continue to build out. So very excited about that. So in terms of a request, we have been successful in receiving letters of support for the Fording River Extension project to move into the environmental assessment phase. As Dan wanted to make really clear at the beginning of the presentation, we're not seeking a letter of support for the project to be approved. We think it would be much more prudent for you to have the opportunity to learn more about and see the results of the environmental assessment prior to making that ask. But we can't do that unless we get to do the assessment. And so we're really seeking council's support to seek a letter. We could work together with staff to make that happen, to have a draft for your consideration. But to see the Environmental Assessment Office receive a letter suggesting that Fernie, as a corporate body, would like to see the Fording River Extension project move in to the environmental assessment phase. That's our ask at this time. So we very much appreciate your consideration of that, your time, and would certainly invite any questions that you have. And if that's okay, for certain questions, it might be better directed to Ernie as the general manager of Fording River as well. So with your permission, we'll invite him to answer any relevant questions in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Mr. Mick, questions from council? Councilor Roddy Kelly?
No questions, actually, Your Worship. I'd like to move that we provide a letter of support.
Seconder, Councilor Remenas. Any further discussion? Councilor Nixon and Councilor Hamilton.
Whoa. Oh, thank you, Worship. I just had a few questions, and thank you for your presentation. That was really good. I'm happy to see that the selenium levels are dropping and stuff like that. That's really good. And your continued investment in our community as well as the East Kootenay Regional Hospital and stuff like that. It's been quite exceptional. I'm just curious about the bond, about the liability bond, and like the long-term treatment of like financial assurances of that, and if it's falling, like where are we going, and if it's going to be built up any higher than it is right now. But because I've been contacted by a few people in regards to that as well, so I just asking about that.
Yeah, that was one of or through the chair, that was one of the concerns raised by Yakitak and Tanaha Nation Council at the time of the past readiness decision as well. So happy to say that we've been working really closely with Yakitak, Tanaha Nation Council and the province to increase EPR's bonding. So that actually increased and was completed in 2024 to higher and appropriate levels. And then any future further development would require additional bonding, not just from a water treatment side, but any other liabilities to protect the province and taxpayers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Hamilton?
Thank you. I didn't quite hear what Mr. O'Connor said. Did you say that the Tanaha Nation and Yakitak are in support and are writing a letter?
Through the chair. So thanks for the clarification, because I caught myself as I made the statement. So we have a letter of support that's been submitted to the Environmental Assessment Office from Yakitak suggesting that they would like to see the project moved into the environmental assessment phase. The Tanaha Nation Council has not provided a similar letter. However, they endorsed our submission of the revised detailed project description verbally to us. They are reserving the right to continue to weigh that decision through what we call this right now is a very technical term, the readiness phase. As it suggests, just the Environmental Assessment Office will do a concordance check to see that the application has all of the required elements within it. And they will make a decision on the readiness of the application to move into the environmental assessment phase. The Tanaha Nation Council continues to weigh how they would like to, what they would like to see happen through the readiness phase. But they were supportive of us submitting the revised detailed project description. Yakutak Nucleate has actually provided a letter of support for the project to move into the environmental assessment. In other words, a positive readiness decision.
I have a couple of questions myself, actually. So thank you. When do you anticipate, or are there clear timelines for a readiness decision?
So there are, through to the chair, there aren't legislated timelines for the readiness decision. There are guidelines. So where issues are mostly resolved, it could be 60 days. What we've been in conversation with the EAO on and seen a preliminary work plan to about a 90-day decision. So we can potentially expect a recommendation from the EAO sometime in August, and then consultation to follow, and then potentially along that timeline, a readiness decision sometime in late September or early October.
Thank you. And a couple of small questions. Well, just that triggered me from your presentation, the Chauncey drainage. It highlights the potential to reduce impacts of the Chauncey drainage further. What does that exactly mean? Like, have you set a mine boundary, or you're developing a mine boundary that won't impact that? What's going on there?
Yeah, so to the chair, there's a couple components there. So EVR has made the commitment to not place any mine rock in the Chauncey Creek drainage, so not to commit a new unimpacted drainage to treatment. A similar example at Elkview, where actually changed a permit mine plan to avoid placing mine rock in a tributary that currently doesn't require treatment. We've advanced some drilling in 2023 to understand the geotechnical constraints, so we could set a safe and stable mine design for operations. That has allowed us to pull the mining footprint out of Chauncey, and we had hoped that work would continue, working with Yakutak, KNC, and others through the assessment to continue to reduce the mining footprint in the watershed. Right now, the impact in Chauncey is the pit shell cuts into the Chauncey Creek watershed, and it reduces the catchment size by about 5%. So we're hoping we can continue to reduce that. It's not that water is lost, just that water is no longer with Chauncey, because that watershed then reports to the upper Fernie River.
Well, thank you. And related, there was a mention of an integrated reservoir in your presentation, and that's news to me. What is that?
Yeah, so to the chair. So one of the challenges we all know in the valley is high flows and low flows. So the peak in the spring with the snow melt. So what we've done is we've integrated a water reservoir into the mine design. That allows us to do a few things. So one is to use mine contact water. So that's water that's come in contact with mine rock for things like dust suppression and drilling, reducing our reliance on clean water draw, non-mine impacted water in the Fernie River. Also, in those period of low flows, we know there's additional treatment capacity because of the hydrograph. So what that reservoir does, it allows us to actually be more effective with our treatment, so that we can store water, treat it when there's additional capacity, and then release clean water to the environment. Also allows us potentially the opportunity in times of drought that we'd be able to treat and release water to help support environmental flow needs.
No, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mick, a couple quick ones. We've seen results from the Fording River compliance point and results from the Kukunuza compliance point. What are we seeing in the main stem of the Elk in terms of potential reduction in selenium?
Yeah, so to the chair. So also happy to say in May of this year, we're in full compliance at all compliance points through the Elk River watershed for the first time ever since the development and implementation of the Elk Valley Water Quality Plan. We're seeing selenium levels continue to stabilize and nitrate levels stabilize and reduce downstream of all our existing treatment facilities. We're just in the process of updating the IPA, which is the implementation plan adjustment. So that's our every 3 years and going forward 5 years is looking at water quality, the model, evaluating what treatment needs to be in place and when. And we're just in the process of submitting that for the end of July, but working towards being in full compliance by 2027.
Oh, thank you.
Throughout the watershed.
Congratulations on the progress.
Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Your Worship. Kind of following in line with that train of thought and Councillor Nixon's question about bonding, what is the long-term plan for maintaining treatment? You know, my understanding of rock saturation or the effluent out of the rock, it's not a 10-year, it's not a 20-year issue, it's a centuries-long issue. So what is EVR putting in place to maintain that long-term for our communities downstream?
Yeah, so through the chair, so we plan and we're bonded to 100 years of treatment. That's what we currently assess. Some work ongoing. It's too early to build into the water quality model. But there's some really promising results as we're seeing nitrate kind of flush through the mine rock quickly. So starting to see nitrate decrease on the water going into our water treatment facilities, not just the water coming out. And we're starting to see some indications on the selenium side, while too early to build into the water quality model. Also really promising. We're starting to see selenium concentrations actually reducing some of our influence in certain areas of the operation. So right now it's 100 years with 100 years bonding to it, but there's some pretty exciting work, including source control. What that is that water in the air picks up the selenium and other elements that then leach out of the mine rock into the watershed. And we've actually built 2 facilities, or built one and have one under construction. So what we do is we actually engineer layers into the mine rock placement to stop water and air from moving in and out of the mine rock pile, such that selenium and nitrate aren't released. So we have one built at Elkview at Cedar North, and we're in the process of building one at Swift North at Fording River. Starting to see some promising results with oxygen concentrations going down at Elkview. Still be several years before we see water quality results. Just takes about 5+ years for water to actually move through the mine rock pile. But what we've done with the Fording River extension is it's designed in a way, while we can't count on source control in the assessment, it's designed in a way that we could at least incorporate our current understanding of source control techniques and technologies, should it prove out to be a plausible mitigation applicable in the future.
And one last question for me, and this is maybe too complex for a short answer. Anyway, we've been in conversation with the province. They're now, you've made reference to the Elk Valley Water Quality Plan. They now refer to the area-based management plan. And is it the same plan? And does the province now hold that plan? Like what is the distinction there?
Thank you to you, Mr. Chair. So the area-based management, the Elk Valley Water Quality Plan is an area-based management plan, but the ABMP is a process that the province is managing and running. So we are now entering into a second phase of the area-based management plan. It's a much deeper, I think, level of consultation and engagement that the province is going through, including municipalities and Indigenous nations. But that's really the distinction. Is the Elk Valley Water Quality Plan is an example of an area-based management plan. The province has, over time, we've come to have a greater understanding of additional there were issues when we put the Elk Valley Water Quality Plan together. There were elements that we weren't really conscious of, such as calcite and nickel, and those are now elements that are being studied and built in to the ABMP.
Sorry, just to be clear then, the Elk Valley Water Quality Plan is becoming this area-based management plan, or is the Elk Valley Water Quality Plan an area-based management plan within a larger area-based management plan?
The latter.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Elk Valley Water Quality Plan will feed into the area-based management plan.
That's helpful. Thank you. Other questions from council? Councillor Nixon.
Thank you, Worship. It's a bit of an ask, and it doesn't have to, it's not going to hinge upon how I'm going to vote later. But I understand you get $15 million to the regional hospital in Cranbrook, and it was very, very generous donation. But I just want to point out that Fernie is our only inpatient 24-hour care in the Elk Valley. And it's super old. It needs renovations. It doesn't have a CT scanner. And I'm hoping that with your influence, and you see those numbers, $6.5 billion, right? that you could perhaps give us some advocacy at the provincial level as well and pass that up and just point that out, because this is for the greater good of our community, and it's for our the workforce, as well as in Elkford and Sparwood and everywhere. So it's yeah, if you could do that, that would be fantastic. That would be really nice. Thanks.
Through the chair to Councillor Nixon, yeah, I'm very happy to do so. We, by way of an example of a similar, some advocacy. So several years ago, when the emergency services were shut down in Elkford due to staffing shortages, we received a similar request, and we certainly, as the largest employer in these Kootenays, and as you mentioned, with the level of economic benefit generated, and also the population that's sustained, we believe as well that it carried some significance to be able to emphasize the messaging that the district was bringing forward. And so we have some history of sharing that messaging. It's never a guarantee. There's no predetermined outcomes, but we're certainly happy to do so. And perhaps that's something we can even work into our conversations with the province as we undergo this work. The plans are, as you probably saw in the news, being developed out for the facilities in Cranbrook. And so certainly happy to build that in together to advocate on Fernie's behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Anything else from council? Seeing nothing, we do have a motion on the table, but I have a proposed motion before me. So if I can read that and just make sure it's consistent with what you moved, Councillor, and that the seconder is happy with it. That committee directs staff to provide Elk Valley Resources with a letter of support for Fording River Extension Project to move to the environmental assessment phase. And you're happy with that?
I'm good, Your Worship.
Thank you. So any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. That moves us along to item 7.1. Building permit application timelines, a report from our manager of planning. Mr. Semolini, welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm here tonight to speak about building permit application timelines. It's been a fairly hot button topic in the last several weeks, months, and years. I just wanted to start by saying that the building permit inspection process is mainly to ensure safety. It's designed, and I've taken this straight from our website, and I'll read it verbatim. It's designed to protect property owners, occupants, and the community, and it helps prevent issues such as structural failures, fire hazards, injuries, and improper construction practices. Building permits reduce these risks and help protect property value by ensuring that all construction work meets necessary standards, including local bylaws, current building codes, and minimum health and safety requirements. Now, I think it's important to note that because the diligence and the time that it takes for a building official to review a permit application, for example, is related directly to that. So they review it essentially with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that that development is safe when it moves forward. So really, that's that's the chance. And if a building permit is issued without that due diligence, there's potential that something unsafe is built. And if that hits review or something like that happens, then obviously not a good thing. So to set the stage, at the time of the last census in 2021, Fernie was growing at a rate of 17.1%. From a housing perspective, to keep up with that growth, our 2024 housing needs report that was presented to council in December stated that over the span of the next 5 years, we would need to produce over 500 new dwelling units. Over the span of the next 20 years, it's 1,600 new dwelling units. So that's just kind of brings into context the amount of building that we're going to be looking at in the future moving forward. So a quick summary. This report will touch on several updates, not just building permit timelines.
Councillor Ramada.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just have a question on that, Director. That's an annual growth or a decadal, like a 10-year growth projection that you said right now? The 17% or in 2021?
I believe it was the growth from between censuses.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
From
Yeah.
the previous census.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
5 year.
5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted to touch on building permit timelines that we had previously discussed. I know that turnaround times were discussed previously by council. So we have some numbers from 2024 to 2025, essentially the last 2 years leading up until we moved to cloud permit. I wanted to talk about the current landscape of building in Fernie and the pressures on the planning department and the city. I also wanted to talk about actions underway to alleviate these pressures. I want to also take a look at our development approvals review report and what we've done to move that forward. And lastly, I want to look ahead to what we can do to reach an acceptable level of service in the future. Now, before I discuss building permit timelines or get into the details, I just wanted to run over the application process really quick. And this is a really high level, but essentially it's 3 phases reviewed by 3 different parties at the city. One is the planning coordinator. And this is, I should note that this is the process that occurred previous to cloud permit. It changed a little bit with the adoption of cloud permit, but since we're looking at numbers from the last 2 years before cloud permit, I just wanted to brief you on it. There's a back and forth there between the applicant and the city if something like a certificate of title or a required document is missing. The second is a planning review where the planner looks at zoning compliance, heights, setbacks, as well as OCP compliance. For example, if a property is in the floodplain, it needs a hazard lands development permit. So there's, again, potential back and forth there if those documents are missing. And then thirdly, plan check review. This is where the building official comes in and speaks to the applicant. And again, a bit of a back and forth with that as well.
Sorry, Mr. Simley, I apologize for interrupting, but if, to your point about a hazard lands development permit, if somebody's identified a lot they want to build on, is that information readily available to the builder or the homeowner that it requires a hazard lands development permit, or is that a question that needs to be asked?
Your Worship, there's several examples. The one example, and I'll speak to this a little bit later on in the presentation as well, is the building permit application checklist that we recently published. It has sort of a pre-application, like here's what you should look at before you submit your application or before you compile your application. And it does have links to the information that's available to determine whether or not it is in the floodplain, for example, or slopes. Or
Thank you.
So with understanding that process, what we did is we compiled data. It was a pretty arduous task to compile the data, and that's one of the reasons why we didn't have it readily available previously, because our previous system was a lot of it was paper-based and email-based, phone call-based, those types of things. We didn't really have tracking. So what we did is we went through, we looked at a bunch of different data sources, being emails, our permit tracking software, which was iCompass previously, not really made to track permits, just made to just sort of store them. And we came up with some numbers based on the 2024-2025 data, where our average was about 12 weeks from the time that the permit was received to the time that from the time the application was received to the time that the permit was issued. So we found that this average, if you look at it as the chess clock scenario that we've talked about before, that timeline was about 50-50. So what you see on the graph there, the blue and the green, the blue is the city's action, the green is an applicant's action. When it boils down to it, the 12 weeks was split pretty much down the middle, 6 weeks for the city to do their work and 6 weeks for the applicant to do theirs. As you can see there, most of the timeline is spent in stage 3.0 and 3.1, which is the building permit stage. And that's really important because it really shows us where we can maybe gain some efficiencies to bring those timelines down. I don't know if the major concern is with 1.0, or in the ones and twos there where with the initial review, I think that lots of times, like for example, if a hazard lands development permit is required, it could take several weeks to get that done. So you might see that, but generally that due diligence is important in moving those forward. In a perfect world, that hazard lands development permit, for example, or that development permit, for example, is issued before the building permit is, so it doesn't come into play. And again, please stop me and ask questions as we're moving along here. More than welcome.
Councillor Kelly.
Apologies, Manager Similini, if I'm misunderstanding the process, but do we, for lack of a better phrase, the buck kind of stops at the building official, right? So when they get a file, if it requires review by others prior to getting to them, is there some way of knowing that, say, for example, Chief Morgan signed off on it, or if there's something required from engineering, like, is there like a little bit of a checklist that says this person, this person, and this person, and this person are all advancing this, so that when it gets to them, there's no guesswork on their part, or they don't have to run back and say, oh, well, I've got this file, but it should have had a review by the fire department, but that's not been done. Like, is there some kind of a formalized process there?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Lydia Kelly, we're working on that now to formalize an actual checklist that goes out. We don't refer every building permit application out to other departments, though. There's just too many of them. So where a lot of that is actually reviewed is at the development permit stage. So for major developments, multifamily, commercial developments, those types of things, there's a referral process that we've been doing for years where we send out referral for other departments to look at. They can provide their comments back to us, and we can take care of that before we issue the development permit. It is worth noting, though, that a lot of that process was done without sort of a checklist. So it was just, can you have a look at this and give us what your thoughts are? But we are developing checklists right now that will sort of prompt those departments to look at certain aspects to make sure that those things aren't left until the building permit phase.
Councillor Ramadath.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just in terms of increasing the headcount that we are trying to do with the planning department, that surge capacity, so to say, to what extent do you think that surge capacity will help you in bringing down that 3.0 step there? Like, is there any indication of whether it is trending in the right direction already, or we haven't even started?
Yeah, Your Worship, through to Councillor Ramadath. I will get to that in a couple slides here. That's okay. That's okay. But yeah, I'll speak to that. So really, what this part of the presentation is just sort of looking at 2024 and the beginning of 2025, and the next couple slides here we'll get into the current sort of applications that are on the docket and what we can do to move them through a little bit faster. So as I noted, there's some challenges with this data. It was difficult to compile all of it. So again, apologies and appreciate the patience from council for us to get this. But what's really important, I think, is we talked about permit timelines, and we were always asked how long it's going to take to get an individual building permit. And in a perfect world, we'd love to be able to give a date where your permit will be issued, but there's so many variables to each different application that comes in. They're all unique. There's uncertainty. If we have to ask for something, we have no control over how long it will take the applicant to get it, and they may not either. But we just don't know what those times are. And then also the department capacity is important too. The number of building officials in the office, other tasks that they're doing. I mean, a really good example is last Friday, we had a permit that was almost ready to be issued, and then there was some non-permitted work that had to happen that our building official had to go out and do enforcement on. So a stop work order was issued, but as a result of that, a building permit wasn't. Mm-hmm. And unrelated projects, just somewhere else in town, right? Mm-hmm. So when things like that happen, obviously it causes delays all the way down the line. So. So despite having the cloud permit system in place, we're going to jump ahead to that now and look more at the current situation. We're seeing a much higher usual demand on our building officials. So in 2023 and 2024, from January to the end of June, we received 71 and 77 building permit applications respectively. But in 2025, over the same span, we've received 113 building permit applications. So this high volume of applications, along with the unknowns that I just discussed, as well as time to implement the changes that, ironically, we've taken time to implement changes that make the system more efficient, but temporarily have made us less efficient, cloud permit being a prime example, has resulted in this backlog of building permit applications. I do believe there's a silver lining, though, as you see at the bottom right of the slide there. In the last month, in June, we issued 15 building permits. That's the highest number of building permits we issued in a month over the last 3 years, or essentially since we started looking at these permit timelines, so back to January 2024. I think that's a testament to some of the things we've been doing lately in the department, and I'll get to those in a minute as well. So there are some actions underway. So a big key to our department's success in getting through this backlog and future-proofing ourselves and the community comes through collaboration with the building community. On June 23rd, the city met with the Canadian Home Builders Association to discuss the issues and, more importantly, to discuss some actionable solutions. Since that time, COF and Canadian Home Builders Association have issued a joint statement. It's attached to the staff report, and it spoke to a commitment of ongoing collaboration and transparency. And again, to seek solutions to bolster our capacity to issue more building permits.
Councilor Ramirez?
Thanks, Your Worship. Manager, when I'm just looking at the June performance, 15 permits were issued and we have a backlog of about 113 applications. Is that right?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Ramirez, we've had 113 applications since the beginning of the year. So it's not that we've only issued 15 of those. We've issued, I think, a total of 54 permit applications.
So is it fair to say that you've got another 50, 60 applications?
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
backlog?
and again, it's noted here as well that like cloud permit has a little bit of a better tracking system, obviously, than what we previously had. As you see on the slide there, we've started a website, or part of the city's website, to actually look at permit numbers. And it's a little bit of a delay. Let me look on my screen here. If I bring this up, will it actually share? Or am I just going to share the PowerPoint? Will it share? Let's try it.
Maybe while sorry, Your Worship, I'll just continue with my question here. Like what I'm trying to get at here, Manager, I just want to understand, in the backlog that you have right now, about 50 to 60, let's say, and you're going at a rate of 15 permits a month, and potentially that might go up. I can understand that. You're still looking at like 5 or 6 months worth of work ahead of you. My question is, like, with your surge capacity increases, is that going to come down quickly? Like, will we have this done before the construction season ends? Like, that's the real question here. How fast can you complete your backlog?
Mr. Boranowski?
If I can, a number of those are just coming in. So there's no expectation that they're done next week or in time for this building season, right? If we're receiving permit applications now in July, people oughtn't have an expectation, knowing our process and communicating with the team, that they're getting a permit in July. But a number of those are old. We are currently working on the permits. There are 56 in the queue, but prioritizing them as they come in. And the surge capacity we have right now is limited in that it is overtime and additional clerical support to make sure that the building officials are spending more time building officialing rather than being administrative clerks for their own work. And then we are, as is noted, currently just concluding the recruitment of casual building officials so that we can continue to bolster capacity in the department. But I don't think we have what I would call surge capacity to just start turning these around that quickly. And the other thing I would caution is off the back of every permit, you have, I think it's 6 to 7 inspections at least. And so the faster we issue those right now, the more inspection and field work we're going to have in the fall. And so getting people trained up right now and able to do those inspections with our building officials is equally important. So there is a bit of management. It's not just permits out the door, it's permits out the door and then ensuring we have people in-house who can do those inspections. So it's a bit of a rambling answer, but no, we're not building up surge capacity today to get all these permits out the door in the next 4 or 5 weeks. That would be an insurmountable task with A, qualified people in the market looking to work as building officials, B, our capacity and our space in City Hall, and then C, our ability to do inspections based on the permits issued.
That's an important distinction, that the permits issued do create more work. Like it's not as though the permit issues and we move on to the next thing. We're sticking, we as the builder does, stick with that project through to completion. Thank you. Further?
Your worship, do our partners at I forget the acronym, CIHBA.
CHBA.
Are our partners at CHBA aware of this, and what are they saying to that?
Yeah, Your Worship, through to Councillor Ramadas. I think that it's important to really note that we've been meeting with the Canadian Home Builders Association regularly, and there's an effort to have a joint go at this to deal with it. And yet they are aware through our conversations, and they've provided us with some resources, and we're hoping that, again, that we continue that relationship with them to move forward. But it's a very real possibility that permits, that are in the queue right now aren't, as we work through them, it's going to take some time.
Councillor Audie Kelly?
Manager Similini, have we provided our building officials with the technology tools other than cloud permit that they might need to do their job and make it more efficient? There was mention of technology called Bluebeam and iPads. I did actually look up Bluebeam because I was really curious, kind of cool name, and it wasn't super expensive. But have they got that stuff so that when they go out in the field, they can mark plans up and they don't have to retranscribe notes and that kind of thing to help? Like, because every little, forgive me, but I watch The Bear, every second counts. So every little incremental few minutes that we can gain seems to me would be a good thing.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Audie Kelly, Bluebeam is a great question. We don't currently use Bluebeam, although it is becoming industry standard, if not already. We currently use like an Adobe Pro. We are looking into Bluebeam though. As a matter of fact, one of the building officials that we've been talking to, or the building officials in training that we've been talking to, is I don't want to call them a Bluebeam expert because I don't know them that well yet, but they have used Bluebeam for quite a while. So hoping to get some information from them as well. You're correct that Bluebeam is fairly inexpensive solution. I think it's fairly plug and play as well, which means that there's not a whole bunch of integration that would have to happen. Like Cloud Permit was a huge process to integrate into our system, but Bluebeam is similar to like the Adobe Pro program. That's more of a standalone. Upload a PDF into it, mark it up, and then download it back out again. So again, we're looking into it. It's about the same price as Adobe Pro as well. So it's I think it would be a fairly lateral move as far as the budget goes. But I did talk to our director of asset management last week, and we're going to start to just chat about it through the finance and budgeting process to hopefully bring it forward.
Excellent. Thank you. I think it's really important to have the proper tools to do your work.
And further, to speak to the transcribing notes and things, Cloud Permit does have an inspection tool as well. So when our building officials are out in the field, they now carry iPads with them. So all of their inspection reports are automatically going into Cloud Permit. So they don't have to come back in and transcribe their notes or anything like that. That's all done through the Cloud Permit program.
Councillor Nixon?
Thank you, Worship. Since we're talking about technology, I'm just curious about the I was at UBCM, the Union of British Columbia Municipalities, a few years ago, and we were discussing, or we were at a presentation by Kelowna and their city manager, and they were talking about the Kelowna AI, which is also known as Kai, and it's being launched in October 2023. I'm just wondering, and it works alongside Cloud Permit, but it, you know, basically from what I was reading today, because you fall down a rabbit hole, it takes between 25 and 75% of the general inquiries from people as well. So I'm just curious if we're considering, and it's open source for all municipalities since it was funded by UBCM as well. So just curious about that.
Yeah, Your Worship, through to, excuse me, Your Worship, through to Councillor Nixon. We haven't looked into that, but I think it's a great option to look into. Again, it's not that we've been neglecting to look into it. It's just we've been so busy with day-to-day things that we've done everything we can, and maybe that's the next step. So I think it's worth taking that step and looking into eventually. Yeah, we have done a lot of improvement to our website, and again, it's not AI that gives you the answer right away, but there's a lot of research material that's available on our website now that will help to hopefully set up projects for success. I think that's a slight improvement that we've seen with quality of applications, for example. I think that checklist is being used more regularly now. So we are seeing some more complete applications coming through the door, for example.
Thank you.
So I'll just start right at the top here and talk about the actions that are underway. So in order to handle the increased permit demand, we've increased our capacity. Building officials have been working overtime to get permits out the door. 100 hours of overtime in 2025 so far, but we've also stepped that overtime up, so we'll see an increase there. In addition, I am excited, as Mr. Bornowski mentioned, I'm excited to announce that we recently issued offers of employment to 2 individuals for casual building official and training roles with the city. One of those individuals has already responded to us with a signed letter. So we're looking forward to moving forward with them, 2 really bright individuals that have different backgrounds in the building industry. So some really good variation of skill there. So again, building officials in training, it's not like they can just come in and start issuing permits, but a step in the right direction, and they can immediately help with some surge capacity, which is really important.
Congratulations.
We also continue to work in Cloud Permit, and the reviews of Cloud Permit, as mentioned, have been positive. Our building officials are both fairly happy with it. I think it definitely beats the old paper-based system that we were working under. Those efficiencies that we talked about in my previous presentations, they are really showing up. As I mentioned, the inspections, the fact that building permit packages are automatically compiled and not done by hand, sort of keeping everything centralized. I had the opportunity to show some councillors that were in a few weeks ago, just sort of the dashboard and how it looked, and it's just a huge improvement. So again, some efficiencies there that we're seeing come through. And then, while realizing that our capacity right now is really dedicated towards getting these permits out, we do realize that there are lots of questions from the building community still. One of those questions, for example, is when is engineering required? So we've been looking at issuing bulletins to sort of confirm that. So again, if it's clear when engineering is required, then the applicant knows to get that for an application, as opposed to finding out from the building official weeks later after they've made their application. So again, an example of an important step. Again, the building permit timelines website that I brought up, it looks at the amount of permit applications in the queue. It doesn't look at the amount of permit applications currently on the building official's desk, so that those are permit applications that haven't been reviewed yet. And it also gives a date stamp of building officials are currently looking at applications that were made during X week. And right now it's March 17th. So again, we know we're behind. And lastly, the Canadian Home Builders Association and the city are partnering on a joint learning session scheduled for August 18th. Really looking forward to that, to talking to the building community and providing some education to them as well, and hearing their thoughts. So I did want to just sort of continue on and talk about some of the work we've been doing. The Development Approvals Review Report that was done by McElhaney a few years ago has 7 strategic recommendation categories. You can see them there. really overall culture change type things for the city. Each of those 7 strategic recommendations includes numerous implementation actions under 3 subcategories: quick wins, progressive gains, and transformative achievement. So essentially short-term, medium-term, long-term. In the staff report, it's noted that we've touched on at least 40 of those implementation actions already. Some of those are completed, some of those are in process, and a lot of them are just things we've been doing that changes. Like, I mean, cloud permit takes care of certain aspects, and our building bylaw takes care of certain aspects. I did want to just quickly touch. It's pretty minuscule on your screen there, but I did want to quickly touch on the building permit application checklist. It is one of it was one of the high asks from the building community. And I can quickly share it as well if you're okay with that, council.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that it thinks I'm human. There we go. Can you see that okay, or is it still pretty small?
Still pretty small.
Still pretty small. Okay, here, let's, the permit application checklist goes through, as you see, the square at the top is before you apply for a building permit, what you need to do, and then it goes through each type of building permit application that you might run into. And then again, it gets into a little bit more detail on what you need for a site plan or what you need to show in building plans. So it's pretty comprehensive. There's links throughout it as well to our website and to different sources of information that help to guide forward an application. And again, I think we've seen applicants using this throughout. We are still seeing some incomplete applications, but for the most part, they're getting better. Again, many projects that we've been working on to move forward, but in addition to the implementation actions that planning has been taking part in, I also think it's really important to note, and in the spreadsheet in your in the staff report, other departments have been participating as well. Again, just through a lot of the activities that they're doing. It's one of those documents that's it's a transformative document. It's not. It doesn't have like a straight do this first and move forward. But in the work we're doing, we're slowly achieving those things. So again, dozens of points that we've already addressed, and it's moving forward as well. So looking ahead, the staff report notes that planning have, looking ahead, like so far tonight, we've discussed many of the things we've done to both improve our system and handle current backlog of building permit applications. Again, it's not an immediate silver bullet fix, but hopefully something that we can use to get building permits out the door faster. But anticipating that things won't slow down in the coming years, we need to continue updating policies, bylaws, systems, and technology. It's also important to establish a level of service to consider our staffing levels to help us achieve that level of service. One thing that we've talked about a lot is building permit timelines, but we've never actually established a level of service officially. It's for example, the snow removal policy is an established level of service. So we're hoping to do that. And then once you have that level of service established, it's a matter of determining how to achieve that level of service through staffing and those technology upgrades. But for example, now that we have 2 casual building officials on our roster, we should consider utilizing that increased revenue from our permit fee changes and modernization to establish more permanent staffing solutions. I think that there's a really good opportunity there with building officials for one, but there's also other positions within the department that could help to ease the timeline crunch.
Councillor Adia Kelly and then Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Manager Similini. Yeah, I really liked the approach that you discussed about modernizing the fee structures. I think that's really really very vitally important, and we could use it to offset some staffing costs. I think we've been talking lately about economic development, and in my view, our planning department is an economic development engine. We also talk a lot about housing needs, and our planning department is that as well. So I think if we're looking to move forward and grow as a community, the planning department is really, really vital. And, you know, there was some discussion around, well, yes, but when we add infrastructure, but we're also talking about, you know, density. We're talking about all those kinds of things as well with the new provincial legislation. So I could see us becoming, I know we used to have an agreement with the RDEK, or possibly we still do, that their building officials stepped in to help us. Well, why couldn't that be us? Why couldn't we be staffed up? And when we have capacity, we could help. So I'm happy about the forward thinking that you're doing, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. Just kind of following in that line with the staffing levels, are building officials part of the collective bargaining unit? Yeah.
Yes, they are, Councillor
Okay,
Hamilton.
and then, so would adding more staff in that capacity have any impact on our collective bargaining agreement?
Your worship, through to Councillor Hamilton, I think that as long as we're within the boundaries of the collective bargaining agreement, for example, there's no limit to staffing levels for building officials, if that's the question. But as casual building officials, we can only have them for 60 days in a year without getting further permission from the union, things like that.
Further?
Yeah, so I guess where I'm kind of going with that is, I know you've mentioned that we're not anticipating any slowdown in the number of applications, the number of permits, but I'm curious if we are potentially hamstringing ourselves in the future by adding more staff now that then raises the level of I don't know the proper technical terms for it, but you know, if in the future we would have to reduce our staff count there, what that impact might be.
Mr. Baranowski?
We don't have minimum staffing levels enshrined in the collective agreement outside of the aquatic center, in our QP local collective agreement. But a layoff is a layoff. And so, you know, if I'm being honest, we're moving down hiring building officials in training. We had an internal posting, and we're looking at, and now secured one, looking at another external building official, casual. My plan and my recommendation, and Mr. Simolini's to council, will be to consider the adjusted fees and revenues be completely reinvested into this department, such that we can establish part-time and then full-time additional building official capacity. We could easily keep another building official busy year-round now. And if we wind up with too much capacity, there are neighboring municipalities desperate for building officials who have none, who are contracting out and really struggling, in particular with inspections. And so I think there's opportunity more so than a challenge in being hamstrung. Provided we continue to see not even growth, but consistent building levels of the last few years, we could keep a third person busy. We have, you know, credit to the team for doing stuff like the notices on title. We have cleanup work like that can go on for years.
Councillor Artie Kelly?
Thanks. And thanks, CAO. That's kind of what I was trying to get at, but you said it so much better than I did. And we also, I remember, I'm not maybe getting the term right, but in addition to the building officials, like a plan checker sort of person. I can't remember the exact name. Is that the 3-day-a-week person that we have, manager?
Your worship, through to Councillor Artie Kelly, the 3-day-a-week person we have right now is a planning coordinator. So they're responsible for sort of taking in applications, answering questions, more of sort of general clerical duties. A plan checker is another option, but a plan checker again is sort of a specialized role, right? And to be a building official is being a plan checker is close to being a building official, I guess. It's important. So again, with added capacity in the building department, maybe we can have somebody check plans at an earlier date with sort of that building official's eye.
So yes, thanks, your worship. The building official in training, is that something that they would start out doing? Is that like an entry sort of point?
Your worship, through to Councillor Adia Kelly, right now that the two individuals that we're looking at for building officials in training have certain qualifications, and to start looking at plans and doing that plan check is a possibility for sure. We're also looking at, like, one of the people that we've talked to is already has their plumbing official 1, for example. So there's a potential for them to be able to issue plumbing permits, and that again, the number of plumbing permits in the queue is still work that our building officials have to do, right? So it relieves that pressure. So again, just looking forward to having more people and more options to be able to just get through the crunch.
Thanks, manager.
Councillor Ramirez?
Thanks, Your Worship. Good presentation, manager, and appreciate all the work that has gone in the background and everything. But I still don't know whether we are winning or losing. Like, that's the key question here. And again, these last couple of months of requests from many builders is not new to us. I've been in this table for like last 3 years. It happens every building season, and somehow this year there was vociferous demand for fixing this system. My question is, like, if you were to come here a month from now, what would good look like to you? Like, are we going to see more number of permits being pushed out? Will the backlog come down? Like, what will I see now? Like, right now, it's hard for me to gauge whether we are winning or losing. I'm sorry about this.
Yeah, it's a fair question, Your Worship, through to Councillor Ramirez. It's a hard answer, because if I look at the fact that had a June where we issued more permits than any other month in the last 2.5 years, I'd say we're winning. But the fact that we also received 113 applications, which is almost 50 more than what we received in previous years, like that's tough, right? And that's no one's fault. That just means that's an indication that there's lots of activity going on in Fernie, and that's not a bad thing. Put it this way: if we had received 70 permit applications between January and June, and we were issuing permits at a higher per month rate than what we had normally done, then I'd say we're winning, right? That's good, but I think that supplying the surge capacity and we'll see an increased number of permits, but again, with the number of applications in the queue right now, it's difficult to say. Again, in the staff report, it's put it simply, the supply of building officials and the capacity supply we have just isn't meeting the demand.
Mr. Borodowski?
Thank you. I'd like to see the ratio improve. If you want, like, my measure of success in a month and in 2 months is to see the ratio of incoming permits compared to outgoing permits improve, so that we're starting to keep pace with that rate that they're coming in. And we can't control the rate they're coming in effectively, but we can improve our systems. And the other piece I'd like to see in success is the timeline those permits sit on our side of the table, or, when that ball is in our possession. I'd like to see that drop. I'd like to see us move more efficiently and effectively through while we're holding those permits early in the process, so that when we send people back to their architects and engineers because stuff is missing, and that happens, they know earlier on, and they're not delayed after 3 weeks. They're delayed after a week, and then they can get to work. So I think those are things I'd like to see, but that does take, that takes work and time, and our building officials and that team have shared it. Like, they need the clerical support that we've got them, if not more, and they need building officials and time to continue working. Like, I can't a year ago, we had a completely different business than we do this year. Like, every process, every tool, every system in that department is completely different and completely redeveloped. So we need some time to keep working it. And to be fair, that team did a lot of work as a lot of permits came in and had a backlog and are working through it. And I think have done really good work. But it is still also a brand new system. Like those SOPs and your system manuals need to be redeveloped and tweaked, and you then have to get more efficient with it as well. So I think there's opportunity, but for me, it's reducing the amount of time the ball's in our possession, or it sits on our side of the equation, especially early on in the process. And then, separately the ratio of, as they're coming in, are we able to maintain some form of staffing level and supports so that our team feels comfortable in getting them out and keeping a better equilibrium?
Yeah, I know, and only because it's been brought up at the table, but this sub-regional approach, like even that thinking makes me a little nervous, not least of all because, as Councillor Audia Kelly mentioned, we used to be able to rely on the RDK for some support from time to time, and now they're at capacity. And I wouldn't want to enter into any sub-regional approach that was a net loss for Fernie in terms of our capacity. It would only have to be additive. I can't imagine. We'd just be hamstringing ourselves. And if we entered into it and were able to provide it for a period, there's the potential it only ends in disappointment for those other parties because we now need all the capacity in-house. So that's something that would take a lot of thought and planning and communication around. I wouldn't want to, that's almost a best case scenario sometime in the future. Mr. Similini?
Yeah, Your Worship, I agree. And again, it's an option, right? It's something we can have in our toolkit potentially moving forward, but it would take a lot of thought, and we've discussed that as well. If we had 4 building officials, for example, and we needed 5, we wouldn't be able to give half of one to a community down the road, right? So it would need to be well thought out and well planned.
Thank you. So were you finished your slides, Mr. Similini? Was it?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, Your Worship. That was it for the slides. And again, just like to continue the conversation if anyone wants to continue. But I do want to mention that, like, we're aware. I mean, when we started the process with McElhaney years ago to do that development approvals enhancement project, we were here and we were also in the art station, and we stood in front of the building community and we said, look, we know our system's broken and it's going to take a lot of work to do that. And we are, as Mr. Bornowski mentioned, we're in the midst of that right now. We're essentially overhauling the way we do things. We were so busy for years working in the broken system that we didn't actually have time to fix the broken system, right? And we still don't have time to fix the broken system, but we're fixing it, and we're seeing a little bit of we're getting beat up a little bit because of that. And again, the number of permit applications was not something we anticipated, but it's now something we're dealing with. So working within a broken system, we're fixing it. As a result, things have slowed down a little bit and we're feeling some pain.
Yeah, the acceleration in building applications has just compounded the challenge.
Exactly.
Councillor Ronas?
Thanks, Your Worship. And I just want to stress this, Manager, we got to be celebrating this. Like having 111 applications coming in is a really good thing for the community. Like Councillor Audia Kelly mentioned, that's the economic engine here. And the other way to think about this is in terms of break even, right? Like if you're adding 2 building officials and if they are able to, kick out 50 applications through the year, let's say, and like property taxes on a per unit basis is about $4,000, you're looking at an economic benefit annually of about $200,000 coming from that work alone, those 2 people alone. So your justification to add headcount is solid there. Again, like coming from a fiscal conservative, don't read this as writing an open check, but to think through this is in terms of, okay, what's the net economic value is it generating? And this is real ED, not the vague, airy-fairy things that we hear what economic development is. This is different.
Yeah, and even you use the property tax example, but another direct example is building permit fees aren't paid until the building permit is ready, right? So if we're using the fees to fund our department, then the more permits we get out means the more income or revenue to the department, means the more you can supplement that department and make it stronger.
Councillor Audie Kelly.
Thanks, Your Worship. I would like to say to the current folks working in the department, it has been obviously stressful. I think all of us have felt the heat, and I can't imagine how the staff has felt. So, and I know that there are a couple of folks on your team that are doing the work of 2 and 3 people. So I would like to point that out to the community as well. It's the people that are there are working really hard. And to be honest with you, I've lost some sleep worrying about them, burning out or getting sick, or because they're, they are working hard and they're working overtime, and that's tough. And I'm not saying this is an excuse to the building community. I just want to point out that it's not lack of desire or work ethic. People are working hard. It is that we are working on fixing a system that you mentioned was broken, and so you're trying to repair it, and repairs aren't always smooth or easy, and the parts might not always arrive at the right time. So I just wanted to give some support verbally to the department, if anyone's listening, from that team, just to say thanks. And I think you're headed in the right direction, and having an established level of service, I think, is great, but you need to find all those benchmarks to even determine what that is, right? Like, if it's 113 permits this year, but next year it's like 300, or maybe it's only 50, then what does that do to your level of service timelines, right? So thanks very much. And I just wanted to give a shout out to the folks working there now.
I appreciate it, Councillor Audie Kelly. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to echo that. Simply because I run into the office late at night to grab something, and there's a building official there, or early in the morning to grab something, and there's already a building official there. So there's, they're certainly putting in the hours. There's no question, and hopefully they feel supported, and we're moving everything in the right direction for their sake as well.
Yeah, it's been difficult. I mean, obviously, you don't want to not issue building permits, right? That's their job is to do that, or part of their job. I mean, there's many aspects to what they do, but yeah, moving forward, they are working hard, and I think I mentioned this to you, Your Worship. If we're issuing, say, a permit a day, like that's our optimal. Let's just say that's where we can get to, or maybe even higher than that. But let's just say a permit a day to keep it really simple. If we run into an issue with one of those permit applications that takes 3 days, that's 3 building permits that weren't issued, right? So again, they're working hard. They run into issues with permit applications here and there. Again, I think they're slowly improving, but yeah, our building officials are, and the rest of our staff as well, and not to mention other members of city staff that support us, are all feeling the pressure, and I think they're doing the best they can.
For sure. That leads into one of the questions I'd written down from reading your report, and I don't know how many folks at home actually read the report, but do you have a definition for a high attention application?
Your Worship, I don't have a definition for it per se, but when an application comes in, and there's a bit of a small town culture where people would apply for a building permit application, and the building official would essentially tell them how to build it. From time to time, we still see that, and we're trying to change that culture. So those types of applications oftentimes use a lot of the building official's time. So it's just an example. There are other examples, like where conversations with an architect need to happen, and it goes back and forth and things like that. So
yeah, and I just asked that question because it's in the report, and what you've just said, of course, is if you get a high attention building permit on your desk and it takes you 3 to 6 days, that's, if our rate is 1 per day, that's potentially 6 permits that don't get issued because you're stuck on this one, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. And again, it's we're seeing less and less of them, and that culture is slowly changing, and it's definitely a positive. And to Councillor Ramadas's point too, yeah, let's celebrate the growth, right? It's something we just need to adjust the way we do things to handle it better.
Thank you. And just one last thing for me, and it's maybe, it's probably it's maybe impossible to answer at this juncture, but now that you've got a cloud permit, it's got better tracking tools in it, it's got better, timing, tracking, et cetera. Do you have a sense of how far we are away from being able to establish a level of service?
Your worship, through to council, I think that's a great question, and it depends on how we establish our level of service too. Because if council were to establish a level of service right now that was, let's make sure we get permits out in 6 weeks, then we would say, well, now we need to hire double our staff or triple our staff, right?
Yeah.
As far as establishing how long it takes to get a building permit out, right now a lot of the applications that are in cloud permit were actually applications that were made previous to cloud permit, and then they were imported in. And again, there's still efficiencies working there, but because of the amount of work that happened on those permits before they got into cloud permit, it's hard to use them to get a good database. I would like to collect data for 6 months to a year. Generally, we report every month to StatsCan and things like that.
Right.
But I think we need a good, solid chunk of permits that were applied for in cloud permit to really understand. But that being said, the numbers that I presented at the beginning of the presentation tonight, that 2024, 2025 number, not only is information for you tonight, but it also establishes that baseline of here's where we started, and gives us that ability to improve on it.
Thank you. That leads to another question. Does cloud permit track the complexity of a given permit? Like, is it ranked when it goes in as, just by way of example, something like base camp is going to be quite complex compared to somebody's deck. And so can you look at it at a glance or run a report that sort of shows you the complexity of the various permits?
Your worship, through to council, it does give you a class of application. So like if it is a commercial application for a new build, for example, it will tell you that versus a residential deck. So you can sort of sort them that way. But as far as the actual complexity of, if you have 5 commercial applications for new builds and the complexity of them, it really doesn't tell you the difference between them.
That's more of a building official knowledge base kind of.
Yeah, that's
question.
correct. And really like those more complex projects, you typically see like engineering with them, right? So like lots of times those complex projects are actually easier to review than one that's not as complex to the eye.
Yeah, fair. Thank you. Anything else from council on building permit process? Councilor Kelly.
I just wanted to ask a little bit about cloud permit, and thank you for showing it to me. I'm of the understanding though that I could upload a selfie and call it my geotech, or I could take a picture of my dog and say this was my engineered drawings. So like, are you finding now that people are using it, the items are actually what they're supposed to be? That was an awkward way to put it.
Through to Councilor Audie Kelly, I wish you wouldn't have told people that. No, we have seen a little bit of the call them fraudulent document things, not to that degree necessarily. We haven't seen a picture of an iPad yet, but we have had, like, when new home warranty is required, we've seen like I've applied for my new home warranty. I don't have it yet, but I've applied for it, and that's what's uploaded instead of the actual new home warranty form. So things like that gets them in the in the queue sooner. But the downfall of that is once we review something like that and it's no good, then it takes time. So I think that what I'm trying to say is for every fraudulent document or incorrect document that's submitted, that's more time on the whole queue, right? So my request would be to please ensure that all the documents that are uploaded are the correct and current ones.
Further?
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. So in that line of thought, do we or will we, when we establish a level of service, and I don't mean this to be punitive, but I would think that should that be happening and appropriate documents are not being submitted, that should then kick that person back in the queue.
Yeah, Your Worship, through to Councilor Audie Kelly, and I apologize, I should have mentioned that, but we have been doing that. So in cloud permit, there's different ways to deal with it, and we're still, again, playing around with cloud permit to perfect it. But for example, you can take a permit and put it back into draft mode and say the documentation that you've submitted is no good. You need to resubmit. And honestly, I would rather not have to do a detailed assessment to say you're missing 1, 2, 3 documents. I would rather just say, here's the checklist. Please make sure that all the documents are correct. Because if you have to go and assess every application, then again, that's time, right? When an application is in draft mode, it sits outside of the queue, so it's not moving forward.
Perfect. I mean, like I say, not wanting to sound really punitive, but I think that's fair to all the folks that send in well-completed stuff.
I agree. And there is in our building and plumbing bylaw, there is a document resubmittal fee as well. So again, with cost recovery in mind, we spend time and money to look at applications. And when one comes in with a document with a selfie, and then you need to resubmit, there's a fee to resubmit. I believe it's $200 or $250 or something like that off the top of my head.
Thanks, Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Similini. Anything else from council? Thank you. That was a very thorough presentation. Appreciated. And we'll move on to item 7.2, which is you again, Mr. Similini. Notices on title.
Hopefully this one will be a little bit quicker, Your Worship. Good evening, Your Worship and council. We've begun a notice on title process within our building and planning department. I think it's an important one, and I just wanted to introduce council to it tonight because we've already started sort of taking that process. So what notices on title are is it's a means to register when there's a non-compliance on the title of a property. It's kind of similar to a similar process to what you've seen with unsightly properties in the past, where certain warnings go out and then council elects to put that notice on title. Where it works well is with expired or inactive building permits, also with non-compliance, things that have stop work orders issued for them or do not occupies, or when development is inconsistent with the BC building code. This chart just is a quick run through. There's a process again where at the beginning of the chart here, it sort of talks about us finding them. Once they're all found, there'll be a sort of a bit of a bulk of them, but I don't think a lot of them will never even get to notice on title process, because in a lot of cases, the applicant isn't even aware of a non-compliance and they just take care of it right away, which we've seen the majority of them happening, which is a good thing. Again, similar to the unsightly property process, for example, we send out letters, give a chance for response. So we do that again, give a second warning, chance for response. And then a third time it comes forward to council, where you essentially receive a fairly generic staff report just saying that here's what's happened, this is the address, and then council makes a motion to file that notice on title. There are lots of benefits to it. As a matter of fact, we had a discussion with MIABC last week. We're not on this topic specifically, but we brought it up, and they were happy to see us moving forward with it, as it does reduce liability on the city, enhances public safety, provides an increased level of service. And what I mean by that is what I mentioned earlier, where someone might not even know that they have something wrong with their property. They may have purchased a property or even forgot to call for final inspection or something like that. And it just sort of gives them that cue to get going and get things wrapped up. And again, increased department efficiency. That's really important to us right now, obviously. When we receive a property file request, for example, or there's something wrong with the file, lots of times it takes a lot of time to research that file and find out what's wrong with it and move forward, as opposed to this process where it's in line, brings forward a notice and it gives the applicant the ability to then apply to get it fixed. That's it for this one. If anyone has any questions, we're more than willing to discuss.
Questions from council? The unsightly property does raise one and this, I often see this at the RDK board about notices on title, and then advancing it to a solicitor if required, and that doesn't, to gain compliance, and that doesn't appear in your chart in the report. Like that, clearly, and we've experienced that at this council. Clearly that's something that happens, and is that something the council would always have input on in terms of advancing it to, because not all of these will come to council, of course.
Yeah, your worship, through to council, I can give you a more firm answer on that. I'll have to ask our building officials how that works. But from what I understand, a notice on title it's registered on title and it lives there. So it's not like there's not like a remediation type thing. And the disadvantage of having a notice on title, for example, is if you're trying to sell your property and the prospective purchaser sees that there's a notice on title, then it potentially harms that, right? Or when you apply for future permits and things like that. That said, in many cases, there may be like an immediate safety concern. And those are maybe special cases that would have to be dealt with. But again, I can look into that and report back to council.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that. Other questions, comments from council? Thank you, Mr. Simolini. You've done yeoman's work this evening.
Thanks, your worship. Thanks, council.
I just looked to council. Would you mind a 5-minute recess or 2-minute recess? I'm sorry? Yeah, we haven't finished the agenda. Yeah. 2-minute recess? Thank you. Ms. Rhodes? Thanks very much. It was.
Two minutes goes fast.
Does, yeah. Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. Oh, Councillor McIsaac, welcome. Can you hear us, Councillor? We can't hear you. No,
Hello, can you hear me?
we can. Perfect.
Okay, I can hear you as well.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Nice to be here.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Item 7.3, mid-cycle strategic plan check-in, a report from our CAO, Mr. Bronowski.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm actually presenting on behalf of Lisa Jensen, Director of Asset Management, who prepared the report and presentation. And as such, I claim no responsibility for the animation that you're about to see. There we go. Thank you very much. Really quick, on behalf of Director of Asset Management, who, as you know, leads up the quarterly reporting and strat plan implementation and major project dashboards, et cetera. This is a presentation just about the Council Strategic Plan, or CSP, and the mid-cycle check-in that Council has been anticipating for some time. I'm going to discuss a little bit about what it is, the purpose of the check-in, a review approach and timeline that Ms. Jansen and staff have proposed to get some feedback from Council, a little bit of key feedback and considerations from staff, noting that in the next few weeks ahead, we also have sessions looking at key external and internal drivers, just a bit of a sort of peak to valley strategic review as a leadership team as well. And then specifically, Council topics for discussions. And these are what we've been tracking that Council has raised as the, well, maybe we should be discussing these when we check in on the strategic plan. Finally, we'll look for some direction on those. So what is the Council Strategic Plan, or CS, or the Strategic Plan? It enshrines Council's vision, mission, and values. So these statements that Council has adopted in this document is how we frame all of our work. Whether that is updating a lease, which may not be a strategic objective, it is work that we do, or patching a road. What we try to do is make sure that the vision, the mission, and the values, those top level statements, are the color to the wireframes that we create with our day-to-day work. It also provides clear and explicit direction that drives our work plans and the budgets that we bring forward to Council. So the objectives, the goals, and the strategies that are put out in the strategic plan come ahead of other potential initiatives. And that's what we need it to do. We need it to help us be selective. The check-in was proposed along with the original strategic plan process. And what it should do is give Council an opportunity to reflect on the progress made to date, reassess whether the goals, the strategies are aligned with what you want to achieve, and how they're prioritized. Should any of them come before others? Are there any new realities or changes in either the external context or the internal context of the city that we need to consider? It should reinforce transparency and trust in that revisiting your strategic plan and updating it and recommitting to it with any modifications you make should demonstrate public accountability. You're taking that time to look at what's been achieved, what's aligned, and what's not. And ideally, it does help sharpen some focus. Over time, things that are not explicitly laid out in a strategic plan or another master plan or guiding document can become priorities of the day. And so if they do need to become part of that focus, we need to make sure that they become part of the strategic direction and are prioritized among other elements.
Sorry, Mr. Bronowski. Are you on your phone? Sorry. Thank you. Carry on.
Thank you. And ideally, it's not a major overhaul. Councils and municipalities adopt 3, 5, 6-year strategic plans For organizations that are very different than corporations and have to outlast the average lifespan of a corporation, it is extremely difficult to be pivoting major pivots with strategic plans. So ideally, best practice is that these aren't major overhauls. They're a review, a refinement, a gut check, and a reality check of the plan. We're proposing a 4-phase review approach. The pre-planning in this presentation is underway now. That is, the leadership team are undertaking an external and an internal scan, looking at capacity, providing updates to council quarterly on major projects and on key performance indicators. So you've received those. In August, you receive another quarterly update, and we'll have more information to bring to the check-in. That's the work that's underway right now. Once the council recess and then August is through, we're looking at a strategic review workshop in September. So that would be council and leadership, and if council so chooses, a facilitator to help us focus that discussion and bring the material together. Staff would be bringing supporting material beyond the Q2 update that you'll see in August. You'll also be receiving just a package of prepared material from the leadership team that's been developed. Then in September and October, as we also kick off the budget process, we are updating the strategic plan and then bringing it in to implement the priorities that were identified in council through the process with the 2026 and future budgets in our financial planning process. So as presently designed, it's meant to queue up and just integrate into the next year's fiscal budgeting or next year's financial planning process. Some key considerations from staff. I think there have been, and we think there have been some great achievements and gains across all the objectives in the strategic plan. We've had some really good accomplishments in leveraging community capacity and supporting a livable community, in advancing affordable housing, access to childcare, in developing modernized systems and bringing down barriers. There are no shortage, though, of also competing or conflicting priorities and lots of interdependencies. The DAPR or Development Approvals Project recommendations are great examples of those. There are recommendations to develop comprehensive internal training and professional development programs with a la carte course options. We could do all of that if we were a giant organization, but we do have to rely on external educators. And we are also developing our PD program org-wide. So, you know, those recommendations in that project are also dependent on the, our progress overall and our plane capacity. Demand exceeds resources, both in terms of financial and staff capacity. We see that across the board. We see, you know, demand, whether that's with a swim club or drop-in patients at the aquatic center, always competing with our capacity to offer programming there. Demand for lands and indoor space with community groups and societies and organizations who want to program that space. Demand for planning permits, and simply demand for the investment and maintenance of our existing assets and services. And council knows that very well every time the budget comes up. Critical infrastructure was not explicitly included. We mentioned specifically fire hall, wastewater, drinking water. I'd add the CNL right away to that. It's not explicitly called out in the strategic plan, and it's caused a discussion. Every time we come back and look at the strategic plan, there's a question of where do I see the fire hall listed here? Where do I see wastewater compliance, which is one of our major projects listed here? And staff are working and want to continue working to improve our coordination. And that means improving our planning tools, our year-over-year reporting, alignment with budgeting, how we implement and deliver on the strategic plan. And so we've implemented KPI reporting, we've implemented master project tracking. We like to continue to streamline and improve that over the coming year and years. With that, there's a long list ahead of you now in terms of council identified topics. These have been raised. They're provided in the report with one edit, and thank you, Jensen, for flagging that we were using remuneration. We meant remuneration or cost recovery, RDK cost recovery for the services we provide to rural areas or outlying areas and other communities. But of these, part of the direction I'd like to have when we get through the presentation from council is, are any of these high priority items, or are any of these to be shelved when we move into, or is there anything missing when we move into the strategic planning process? Because we'll maintain this list and trim it or expand it at your direction. Thank you. And so what we're looking for in the end, and I'll stop the presentation after this, is essentially we're looking for an approval or a direction shift on the proposed check-in approach and the timeline. We would still like to engage an external facilitator. We estimate the cost for that to facilitate through the process is about $7,500, and some graphic design amendments to the existing strat plan so that we can republish. And then just through this dialogue at this table, confirming, are we missing or have we misrepresented any of those priority topics for discussion in the review workshop? Thank you.
Thank you. Before we direct, I do want to apologize to Councillor Ramadas. My question of whether you're on your phone was directly related to your body posture, and it was not a reflection of your behavior at all. I apologize for that. You were looking at your pen, which is fair. Can you put that last slide back up, Mr. Bornowski? And I look to council for comment.
Thanks, Your Worship. Why now is my question. Like, it says mid-cycle. This is not mid-cycle. We're already third year into our term. So I have real difficulty grappling with that. This should have been done 2 years ago. In fact, the council strategic plan itself, if you remember CAO, it took forever.
Mm-hmm.
We got inaugurated in 2023, right? 2022 December. A new council came in here. We were waiting for us to start implementing things that were mandated to us by the citizens. And the staff took forever. I'm not exaggerating this, and you can go back to your public records. It took months for this to be coming back to the council. And even to this day, third year in our office, we still don't use many of these tools. I still see some of these items coming into the agenda off the left field many times. And there is just, it's super frustrating sometimes when I cannot follow why certain things come the way it comes. And that was the promise. We got the external consultant back in 2023. That person was supposed to implement a lot of good stuff, and yet to see any of those things come to fruition here. And now sitting here in 2025, we are saying that guy did a good job and we are bringing back the same person. Like this, my struggle here is it's almost like we learned nothing out of that experience. And we are trying to repeat the same thing again. And we are calling it mid-cycle. This is not mid-cycle. In 1 year, there'll be an election. You know what I mean? Yeah, so sorry, it's really difficult for me to support something like this. And again, it's like $7,500. This entire work could be done by the staff with a whiteboard, with the council in matter of 2 hours. You don't need like a months-on project to accomplish this.
Comments, Mr. Bornowski? I would first say, I think you've mischaracterized something there, Councillor Ramadas, and I'm not trying to dissuade you of your feelings, but it wasn't up to the individual we hired to implement any of this. It was for him to help us frame a strategic plan. It was up to us collectively to implement this.
My comments are, as you recall, we did then take it in-house and finish it in-house with our own resources when we weren't getting what we needed. We're not proposing to use the same person, but frankly, I'm not here to argue with council. I'm here to present a report. Council's looking for a mid-cycle of the duration of this strategic plan check-in. We're about halfway through this strategic plan. Yeah, it was late, it was slow. I have taken accountability for that and presented to that on council before. And if council wants to take a different direction and do a very light touch and have a brainstorm on where they just like to focus it with staff, that's up to council. I'd certainly, the recommendation that's in the report is just based on our discussions as a team of the work that we'd like to do that we feel would be effective, considering the competing interests and the complexity of the plan.
Yeah, and it is technically a midpoint check-in because the plan is 2023 to 2028.
And your worship, to Councillor Ramadas's point, it was late. It took far too long. We were equally as frustrated and completed the process in-house.
Yeah.
And I accept that. I take ownership of it. It was slow. It was frustrating. We do use it every day. And we have, with council, reflected the strategic plan in our work. In every report, we talk about whether a report does or doesn't align. Because as I noted earlier, we don't have the resources to do stuff that's not aligned. And at times we don't do that well enough. And at times work comes or work is driven that isn't in alignment with the strat plan. But yeah, we are, significantly improving how we are choosy with what we advance.
Thank you. Other comments, questions from council? Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I do share some concerns with kind of the estimate of the cost, but again, that's an estimate. I do feel for developing a strategic plan that it is important to have an impartial third person. We are being tasked as council to help drive and generate the direction for staff. As such, I don't feel like they should be the ones facilitating this. We risk them potentially leading us in a direction that may or may not be what we intend. Having a third party come in and interpret that will help give us some clarity. And yeah, I mean, it is perhaps a little bit unfortunate, the time that the initial one took, but it is what it is. And we still need to carry out the rest of our term, and we still need to give staff the direction that we as a council wish them to pursue for the next year. And then it's longer than that, because the next council isn't going to come in day one, have all their ducks in a row and go straight to it. So there's going to be a bit of overlap, just like budgets, just like everything else.
Councillor Artie Kelly.
I'm going to be a blunt here and say that one of the things that bothered me about the last one was I recall several times having to actually get the facilitator back on track, which was frustrating. And one of the comments that came up from staff once we actually was 11 months later or whatever it was, 10, 11, was we needed to get staff buy-in for our plan, which my understanding is we develop the strategic plan and staff operationalizes it. So that has always been disconcerting to me and has bothered me frankly since. And to Councillor Hamilton's point of the risk of being led, maybe that's one of them.
Sorry, can you explain that? I don't know what you mean.
There was a comment made directly to us in chambers when we were looking at the strategic plan that we needed to get staff buy-in. I found that difficult to absorb, and I still do, because my understanding was we create the direction, staff operationalizes it. So I do have some concerns about revisiting the plan. Perhaps it was too ambitious of a plan. I also am uncomfortable about the cost. Yes, it's an estimate, but we're talking what, 9, 10 grand? We face financial challenges as it is. So if it rolled out the same way that it did last time, I'm not sure of the value in it. Sorry. I just have to say that, Your Worship.
Well, I find tremendous value in our strategic plan, quite frankly, and refer to it often, and it's referred to in every, as Mr. Bornowski has said, every staff report. And as I recall, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Bornowski, that the notion of socializing the strategic plan, particularly with senior staff, you had a very new senior staff group overall and needed to, some of whom had worked under a specific guidance of a strategic plan, and you needed to bring them along as maybe how it was characterized in response to that comment, but maybe I'm remembering that incorrectly.
I don't recall the comment, but I think it remains a justifiable comment. If you're trying to lead any organization through any significant change of any nature, you need to engage people and bring them along through the change. And we're here to serve council, and I serve at council's discretion, and I have employees and I direct their work as well with council's direction, but I still need their buy-in and engagement to get the most out of them. And so some engagement and some investment and some shared values in any guiding document is crucial. And I think we have that. Like, we have a team who do keep this plan on our desks and refer to it in how we work day to day. And I know our intent wasn't to say, I'll see if we can do this stuff for you. The intent is to say, there's always a process in a new strategic vision in getting everybody on board with it, because this strategic plan isn't developed with all of their input. So there's work to help them see their day-to-day lives in that plan. And that's appropriate, but it's the reality of the situation.
And is that directly related to something that's mentioned in the report, the lack of an implementation plan? Or is there a requirement to develop the implementation plan with all parties, council and certainly senior staff, so that everybody understands where we're going?
I think there's a good opportunity to refine the major projects as the implementation plan and put stronger priority, like come to a stronger agreement around priority, because staff have a lot of context and input that helps council understand either the conflicts or overlapping challenges between some of those really big projects.
Yeah.
I don't think staff should be driving it, with the exception of where our legislated requirements around water, wastewater, and the built environment are concerned. Then we just need to flag important recommendations that things not be deprioritized.
So it's, sorry, I see your hand up, Councillor McIsaac and Councillor Hamilton. So it's not necessarily a full-blown implementation plan alongside the strategic plan. It is a prioritization exercise. It's more to the point.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McIsaac.
Thank you, Worship. First I wanted to say that I appreciated CAO Bornowski's comments about bringing an organization along when there are significant strategic changes. That has been my experience in every large organization. There's always such an important element of getting, we use that phrase buy-in, but it's not necessarily very positive, but that's what you're doing, is ensuring that people come to believe in a plan and support it and work wholeheartedly towards it. So I appreciated that. The comment that I wanted to make, I guess, is that I struggle with this idea that failings within the development of the plan should mean that we don't keep trying to improve it. The list of items that were brought up on the last slide are a whole series of important decisions and challenges and opportunities for council that have come up since the strategic plan was originally, since we met to develop the strategic plan, and having some opportunity to take the discussion to depth on those and whether or not some of those should be elevated in priority or demoted and so on. We haven't really been presented with too many opportunities to do that. And I remember very back at the beginning, one of the councillors who was very adamant about looking for opportunities for all of council to get together and have that sort of deep dive discussion, a little bit more lateral thinking, a little bit less process based, in order to sort of gauge what those opportunities would be and so on. And then that's been one of the best opportunities so far. And I think there was good value in it. I think there's good value in it ongoing. And yeah, I think I'm in support of doing the check-in and trying to make sure those priorities and all of council are supportive of them.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Yeah, as the list of priorities, or however it was titled on that one slide, was up there, I was doing a quick skim, and there's a lot of important things there that we as a body should be having an opportunity to discuss, not necessarily process focused, having a bit more of a free flowing conversation. Something that probably would have to fall outside of the process of committee of the whole as well. So, you know, how do we as a group prioritize those things? You know, it's been said many times, every single one of our reports references back to our strategic priority and how it aligns with it. So, this is important for staff to do their day-to-day jobs and for us to have a check-in with each other as much as anything. We've got a year left. Let's see what we can actually get done on top of everything we have done so far.
Thank you. Councillor Ramirez.
Thanks, Your Worship. To be clear here, I am not opposed to a reset.
No.
Absolutely in favor for a reset here. Where I have struggles here is looking back what the process was. I just don't agree with the process that was done in 2023, and I don't have much confidence or faith in the personnel that ran the process, and I don't want to spend money. Absolutely not in favor of spending money on this. But when it comes to a reset, can we do a reset as a council? Absolutely, 100%. I can do it anytime, any place of anybody's choosing. I have no problem with that. The process needs, like, I just have lost faith in the process. I've lost faith in the facilitator. And just a reset, absolutely fine with it.
Yeah, and I just, oh, sorry, Councillor Nixon, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I like the idea of the third person consultant so that there's no blame assigned to anybody, you know, steering us and et cetera, right? I think that the money is, you know, it's not a ton of money, but it is still taxpayer money. So, sure. But I also, I think it's important to do a little check-in. I don't think we are resetting everything. I think it's just checking in and looking at those priorities. And I think that's, it's an important thing to do. You know, it would, I mean, you know, it has been pointed out that there's only, you know, we're 75% through our term right now. We only have about 15 months left in this term, but council, the next council, like Councillor Hamilton said, is they're not going to come in with, you know, priorities right away. So this is going to steer us until 2028 or 2027. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I think it's important.
Councillor Ramirez.
Sorry, Your Worship. I also struggle with this, like this whole notion of some magic priorities coming in. The priorities are already set. The infrastructure is failing. Like we have weak finances. The things are like pretty well known to everyone. Where my struggle is like somehow we come together and somehow we have this magical set of priorities that we will pick out of thin air. That doesn't work that way. You know this. Like we know what our priorities are. Like we don't need a babying session. And that's where like a time comes where you have to be taking actions. You know what your priorities are. You know what your strategy is. Go and do the work you said you are going to do. These next 15 months is going to be focused on that. I don't think we should go back to some one-on-one session here, sitting around the table and considering what council's goal is. We all know what it is. It's time for action for the next 15 months. And I hope the citizens elect representatives that understand these challenges and are worthy of the office. When they come here, they should be like hitting the ground running on the day one. If we are electing people who can't do that, then it's a different problem.
Well, first of all, I'm not sure I agree with what you said about we all know what the priorities are, because we've had complaints at this table from council that why is this coming ahead of that? And I think that's because we haven't set the priority on all the projects, and we haven't been clear with staff as to where these fall in terms of our desired work plan to set their work plan. And we've had numerous complaints of that. Why is this on the agenda and not that? No, let me finish. And I am in favor of a third party resource, largely because we already hear in the community how staff leads us around. And I want to have staff's fully enfranchised participation without people being able to say that, well, that was staff's strategic plan, not council's strategic plan. Like that it does not sit well with me when people make those accusations. And I want everybody at this table and the staff who participate to feel like they've had fair input into the revision or the update of the strategic plan without feeling like they've had to bend to somebody else's way of thinking. And I think the only way to do that is to have an impartial person at the table. You know, your criticisms of the previous facilitator, they're heard, and I'm not going to disagree with them. I think we could have done better. But at the same time, I think having some resource there that allows both staff and councils some distance from the process, so that there's none of this accusation of, oh, well, that was staff's strategic plan, that wasn't council's strategic plan. So that, you know, I've supported that from the start, allowing full enfranchisement of those staff who participate in this process. Other comments from council? Seeing none, we do have a draft recommendation. I'll ask our corporate officer to read it, if you don't mind.
Certainly, Your Worship. The staff recommendation is that committee directs staff to advance the mid-cycle council strategic plan check-in approach and schedule as presented in this report to you today, and that committee directs staff to engage an external consultant for the mid-cycle council strategic plan check-in, and if required, bring forward a budget amendment to a future meeting of council.
Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Nixon. Can I, as a point of discussion, can I ask, if there were a budget, would that be prior to engaging the consultant? So we would know what the cost was before proceeding?
Your Worship, yeah, we have specific contract work planned that we've rescoped, and I think we can accommodate this within our existing budget. But if there were a budget amendment coming, you'd have a heads up before we did that. The only time when we spend money without having full budget for it and then bring in an amendment or notify council is when there's an emergency. You know, when our aerators have died at the lagoons and we've had to do emergency repairs.
Okay, so just for clarity, you think there's budget in the contract?
I do,
budget?
and I need some work. I need some work to refine some scope and get those costs firmed up. But I don't think that there's a budget amendment for the full amount required.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ramirez?
Sorry, Your Worship, just for administrative reason, could it be put in the chat here? Like, I just want to read the motion itself, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Any other discussion? With that, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Myself, Councillor McIsaac, Councillor Hamilton, and Councillor Nixon, and those opposed, Councillor Audie Kelly and Councillor Ramirez. Thank you. Item 8.1, Fernie Chamber of Commerce letter. So they've requested a zoning text amendment to preserve active ground floor retail on Second Avenue. Comments? Thoughts? Councillor Ramirez and Councillor Hamilton? Yeah, please, you had your hand up first.
Okay, thanks, Your Worship. I don't know what the others think here. Like I am in support of that letter. Like again, like have to figure out all the technicalities with the planning department and such. I understand that, but just in terms of building the essence of downtown, I believe that the ground level areas need to be retail oriented. Again, like I'm not one for socially engineering places, but on the other hand, having retail business just brings that vibe and the economic vitality to downtown. And philosophically, I'm in support of this. Just have to figure out, what the planning requirement is on this particular thing.
Yeah, I before I go to you, to Councillor Hamilton, I tend to agree with that philosophy. There's probably something we would do in advance, potentially in advance of the OCP, where it would eventually potentially be enshrined. I can't say yes or no at this juncture, but I think you're right. I think the retail, ground floor retail, that's it is the vibrancy of our downtown. And the more we lose, the more vibrancy we lose. I think that's a fair comment. Councillor Hamilton?
Ditto. But yeah, no, the essence and the philosophy behind the letter, I'm in full support of. Keeping those, I think they call them active commercial spaces in the retail sections of our community. Would love to see what the process shakes out like. You mentioned the OCP. I think this is something that should definitely be a component of those discussions, but also, whether or not we're being perhaps too restrictive even by just limiting it to the downtown core. Are there other potential commercial areas that we can help enhance with economic development and increasing retail space, increasing the vitality, as Councillor Ramirez said, the vibe of the town by, I'm not going to say force, but suggesting that, more office space or those sorts of commercial and industrial activities happen on a second story or third story of a building. And that also has the added benefit for the municipality of potentially increasing tax bases and development permits and yada, yada, yada.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Nixon. Councillor McIsaac.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have to admit, I have a bit of mixed mind about this one. On the one hand, I've certainly heard from retail operators downtown that the increasing number of office spaces means there is less general foot traffic wandering around. And so there is sort of a potential for a negative spiral down. As there's less foot traffic, then there's less work for retail and so on and so on. And that ends up very bad. Having said that, I'm reluctant to have council act as market directors. There's some challenges there with having council decide what is good things to have and bad things to have down there. Professional offices need to have space as well. If they're not there, well, where will they go? Where is there space for professional offices? And I do think there is a certain amount of irony here that as professional offices are renting space on Second Avenue because it's actually a great place to work, because there's shops and restaurants and vibrancy and so on. But a Second Avenue that's full of professional shops will not have that. So it sort of becomes a self defeating thing. So yes, on the one hand, I mean, I support the concern that's in the letter. I think it's valid. I think it's real. I think it does need addressing. I'm somewhat reluctant to have us get our fingers too heavily into the free market. But like, I think we'd want to be very careful about how we go about designing a potential solution to that. But I also think we also need to consider if we are going to be somewhat restrictive on professional spaces on the first floor and second ave, where will those opportunities arise? There is not as much second floor space down there as there is first floor. So that's something to be considered.
Yeah, and just to comment to your point, I think, well, council sort of, well, through staff sets the zoning map. So we are manipulating the marketplace from the very beginning, from the ground up effectively. So just that, I'll put that comment in there. Councillor Nixon.
Thank you, Worship. You know, I agree with a lot of what Councillor McIsaac said. I understand the goal. You want to have a vibrant downtown. I mean, I remember 15 or 16 years ago with the tumbleweeds, you know, rolling down Main Street and boarded up offices and shops and stuff like that. And now we have this vibrant activity. But I guess my big question is, do the landlords, the businesses want this as well? So I would hope that we would engage with them before we decided to add another color to our zoning map, right?
Yeah.
So it does curating the experience. It could be quite limiting for some people. And I mean, what do we do with do we grandfather people in that, you know, there's 2 physician doctor's offices down there as well. So, you know, there's concerns about that as well. So anyways, I would need more information and to see what the landlords thought as well. So
Yeah, I don't think we would, if we were to draft well, I do have a draft motion for committee, but I think we'd look for a report. Like, to your point, one of the outstanding questions is how would landlords react to this? It's come from the Chamber of Commerce, but I don't know if it's been widely, the membership has been widely canvassed as to what this could look like. So we'd have to delve into all of that. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. The other side of the equation that, you know, is Councilor McKelly said, we as council shouldn't be making all these economic decisions per se, but why are all the professional offices and such on ground floor and second ave? Because there is no other commercial spaces. There are no office spaces in town. So I think part and parcel of this is, as I mentioned earlier, like, how do we incentivize, how do we get second and third stories being developed that can host office rental space so that those more easily accessible spaces are for more retail or customer focused type operations?
Fair comment. Any other discussion? So I will read the suggested motion here. The committee directs staff to prepare a report on a temporary zoning text amendment to preserve active ground floor retail on 2nd Avenue until the official community plan review and update process is completed. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Ramanas. Any other discussion? All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. Good discussion. Thanks very much. With that, we will adjourn the committee of the whole at 9:01 p.m. And apologies, but we're going to take another 5-minute recess before we start the special meeting. Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Rhodes. Welcome back. And welcome to the special meeting of council held on July 15th, 2025. Once again, Kisukukit, good day. We acknowledge that the city of Fernie is located within Kukinamakis, the unceded territory of the Yakutat Nucleate First Nation. We recognize that we live and work within their vast lands. Kanahunik are from Yakutat Nucleate and are members of Ktunaxa-speaking peoples of British Columbia, Idaho, and Montana. I will call a special meeting to order at 9:07 p.m. I'll ask for a mover and a seconder for the following staff recommendation that the agenda of the July 15th, 2025 special meeting be adopted. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Nixon. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. I'll now open the floor to public participation and invite the public in attendance or participating electronically who wish to comment on items listed on the meeting agenda in accordance with section 3.7.3 of the procedure bylaw to address council, except speakers must not address council regarding a matter for which a public hearing must be held or has been held pursuant to the Local Government Act prior to council's consideration of the matter or adoption of the bylaw. Speakers must not address council regarding a permit for which public notice must be given or has been given pursuant to the Local Government Act prior to council's consideration of issuance of the permit. A speaker may only address council for a maximum of 3 minutes, and speakers are asked to state their full name and community of residence. And I understand we have one person, Mr. Thompson, identified internally.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. Steve Thompson, 430 Riverside Way. I'd like to speak in favor of the financing of the fire hall that it will come for this evening. I've only lived in the city for 10 years, so I've only seen this issue for 10 years. But I'm glad to see, designs approved, moving forward, construction costs, coming more reasonable. Yes, they're still too high. They'll always be too high. They won't be cheaper next year. The demand won't be, less next year. So all I can say is get her done tonight. And keep grinding the project team, getting out some of the architectural form and continuing to function, focus on function and cost. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. And Ms. Rhodes, is there anyone online who's indicated a desire to speak? Oh. I can't read that. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Inglis. Has Mr. Inglis been promoted? Or? There he is.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'd just like to start off with talking about your timing, and we just talked about procedures and process in the last meeting. And you know what? Do you really expect the parents of these minor ball teams that are going to be affected by the placement of this fire hall to stay up at 9 o'clock at night to say what their feelings are towards this project? Just the way you guys prioritize stuff and do stuff is absolutely appalling. And you should look at this, to do a meeting that you expect the public to participate at 9 o'clock at night is just outrageous. I can't even imagine the thinking going through this, why it wasn't on the first part of the meeting tonight. So I will leave that at that. I would just like to let my feelings know 100% we need a new fire hall. I just don't know, and I know for sure that the selection at the ball fields is the proper place. And you, Mayor, and other councillors have said, we're the voices of the public. What? This is the chance for you to hear the voices of the public. There's no better time than now to have the next town hall meeting to discuss and to hear the people of where they would like to see this fire hall proposed and built. Like I said, hall. Currently my mother lives on First, witnessed that the fire truck's sitting there at the train tracks for 6, 7, 8 minutes waiting to cross the tracks because it's blocked. You know what? That could be the difference of saving somebody's life or saving somebody's house. So 100% a new fire hall needs to be built. The money needs to be borrowed and all that. I really hope that you can have an open house and hear the people of Fernie like you promised when you all wanted to be elected. This is the time to let the citizens have their say. And one other thing I wanted to add, last council meeting, Councillor Nixon talked about the heated floors and everything. And you know what? He's 100% right. If you want to look towards the future, you know what? Look how many times when you're walking up 2nd Avenue in the snowstorm, you got to navigate those slippery sidewalks and you can't wait till you get to the IGS block where it's all heated and it's melted and everything. Like just the cost of everything, fuel, man hours, equipment, everything else to maintain a facility like that. You couldn't spend any better money right now and make sure that all those pads are heated and no snow accumulates. So, but my main concern is with this new fire hall, please open up an open house, your next open house, which you promised that you would have many open houses too, but now avoid tell you where they would like the fire hall, not let the non-core 4 where they think the fire hall should go, because you know what, I really did some adding up here.
Thank
and the
you,
people
Mr.
that
Inglis.
voted
Your 3 minutes is up.
all right, it's funny.
And there's someone else, sorry.
Your worship, online we have Rachel Ricard next. Okay, not a problem.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Yeah, we've got a long list.
No, she's associated. Oh, does she want to speak to item 6.1? I know. Yeah. No, that's okay. And sorry, Manager Similini, she's not presenting anything.
She's doing public input for
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, she can speak now. That's perfect. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello.
Good evening. Can I turn my camera on? Or can someone turn my camera on?
I don't think we can from our end.
Oh, I just got a request here. Perfect. Good evening. Is it possible to, I'm joined here with our CEO, Chris Mailman. Is it possible to have him as a panelist as well? Or we can just leave it if there's any questions from council and he can pop on that way either. If that's
Well,
easier.
there won't be questions from council during the public input
Okay,
period.
perfect. All right, I'll make this brief. It's been a long night, so we just wanted to take this opportunity to introduce ourselves and be available should council have any questions when you are considering our request. My name is Rachel Ricard. I live in Campbell River. I'm the Director of Land Development for Seymour Pacific Developments, and I'm here tonight with our CEO, Chris Mailman. Mr. Similini's report to council did a really great job of explaining the modification request and the rationale behind that request. So I'm not going to spend any time repeating what you've already read there, but just would like to express that we are prepared to start construction on these housing units this year, of course, pending permit approvals, and that modifying this covenant will bring us one step closer to getting these rental units built. So just, thank you in advance for your consideration of our request. And when the time comes, we're more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ricard.
Thank you.
The audience here, and then we can go back online.
Our next speaker is March Ungaro.
Hello,
Hello.
March Ungaro from Fernie, BC. I was born and raised in this area, and I just want to make a few comments. I understand I can't answer questions. I'm not familiar with this process, so you have to forgive me. I have an issue also with the rest of Fernie on the location of the fire hall. I've seen a lot of, I was up there the other day and I seen teams playing, and I don't know how the city, like, why did that not go to referendum? I don't understand the process. But there, I'm not only talking for me, I'm talking for a lot of local Fernie people do not want to lose that park. I played ball here. There was another park there and we lost that. And it's a great place. Like we've got the track there that covers there, the bathrooms are there. And I just hope that there are other options. And I'd like the city to consider that and please hear our voices. Another thing about this money borrowing that's coming up here, I've heard a lot of comments as well on that the city is undermining the people because they don't have to go to borrow the money. Like there's so much going on that we're all starting to be suspicious. Like all of a sudden in June, you have to have an application in for this funding. I spent hours today looking on this funding issue. It's Canada Community Building Fund. And I read it through, and every year the federal government gives money to the provincial government, which in turn allocates it. And the amount of money, I went through the list quickly, is like in the millions, 100 million. So is it too late to address where the location is going to be? Or do the people have a say? Because I appreciate the work involved with the funding. We all know we need grant money. We don't want to end up with millions of dollars in debt for Fernie. We've got the water plant, we've got all these other issues. We've got the rec center, we've got the arena, so can we just take a step back and realize, like, we don't want to go in debt every year, and the people of Fernie don't understand that. I didn't know we had no loans. Does Fernie not have any? Do we owe banks money? Like, let us know. Inform us. Inform the people about, no, we have to do this without referendum or else we don't qualify.
Well,
Can we not do it next year?
Thank you, Ms. Ungaro.
Sorry.
No.
Okay.
Hopefully your questions will be answered during the presentation. So please stick around and
Okay.
it'll all be discussed during.
So sorry, I got a little bit emotional. But
No. Thank you, though.
okay, that's my main thing. Thanks.
Your worship, we have Anthony and Selmo online. And Selmo, can we promote him?
Yeah, please. Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Anselmo.
He's on mute.
You're muted, sorry. No, still can't hear you. Oh, we lost him. I think so. I think he logged off. Is there anyone else online?
We have Elena and Selmo. Can we promote Elena?
Me?
We can hear you, Ms. Anselmo.
Oh, excellent. Thank you for taking the time to hear me out today. I did write a letter that I sent to all the councillors as well as the mayor, but I'd like to read it out today. I stand before you as a concerned member of this community, a parent, a neighbor, and someone who believes deeply in protecting the spaces that bring us together, especially for our youth. I'm here to urge you to keep Prentice Park a ball field and to reconsider the proposed location of the new fire hall. Prentice Park is more than just a patch of grass. It is a vital part of our community's daily life. It's where our children run bases, play rugby, and celebrate victories. It's where our local schools hold its annual track meet, drawing families from all over the area. It's a rare space where sports, school, and community intersect, making it invaluable. Let's talk logistics for a moment. This area surrounding the school and the hospital is already extremely congested. On any given weekday, it's at 90% capacity with buses, parents, hospital staff, emergency vehicles, and pedestrians all navigating tight space. Adding a fire hall to this location will only increase that pressure, potentially delaying emergency response times, adding risk to pedestrian safety, and severely impacting community access to the park. Not to mention the practical use of the park's underground area and parking, which are essential during events and games, especially in unpredictable weather. These are not just conveniences, they are necessities that support the many community programs that rely on this space. I'm not here to oppose the fire hall. We absolutely need it. Our firefighters deserve the best infrastructure possible, but I strongly believe that 901 is the better location. It's more accessible for emergency response. It alleviates congestion. It protects a cherished community space. Once we pave over green space, we can't get it back. And in doing so, we lose not just a field, but of a part of our town's identity. Let's be forward thinking. Let's prioritize both safety and community well-being. I respectfully urge you to reconsider the location of the fire hall and let Prentice Park remain what it always meant to be, a place for play, for gathering, and for growth. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Ms. Anselmo.
Your Worship, we have Mr. Chris Inglis, but I believe he's already
spoken.
Yes. That is all online.
Okay, is there anyone else in the House who would like to speak to this issue? Or any issue on the special meeting agenda? Seeing none, we will move on to item 5.1, the Fire Hall Loan Authorization Bylaw, a report from our Director of Finance. Oh, is he back? Okay, if he's back, yeah, let's give him an opportunity. Sorry, is he left? Okay, thank you. With that, Mr. Burdett.
Thanks, Mayor Milligan. Good evening, council. Members of the gallery, thanks for sticking around so late. If it's all right with council, I am going to sit here and present because I've got about 15 different windows open with borrowing math and legislation and our submissions to the province, and it's just much smoother if I can operate from here. That's
fair enough. With that in mind, I will ask council for a resolution to go past 10 o'clock. Moved by Councillor Ramadas, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Any discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burdett.
And just so everyone's aware, my slideshow is only 7 slides. I've got all these windows open, anticipating questions from council. But the slides tonight are introducing the loan authorization bylaw that's up for initial readings. The majority of this presentation is very close to my slides from last week. but I think it's important to explain the timeline of events to anyone that's watching that missed last week's meeting and a recap for council. There's been two major changes in the world of municipal funding options for large capital projects, both of which have happened in the last 6 weeks, which I'm going to try to explain as plainly as possible. But in terms of where we're at in the process for this fire hall project overall, this bylaw in particular was always scheduled to come tonight. So these two changes that I'm about to get into doesn't mean we're now all of a sudden rushing this bylaw through, but it does mean that our overall recommended funding strategy for this project has changed significantly. And the most obvious change, which I'll get into, is whether or not we need to have a referendum on whether to borrow money or not. So last week, July 8th, Council received a comprehensive report on the design and Class C estimate of the fire hall, which had the project budget at $16 million. The proposed funding strategy for this project includes a mixture of a grant from the Strategic Priorities Fund, or SPF, for $7 million, a contribution from the Regional District of East Kootenay, as there's a clause in our current agreement with them for providing fire services at the ski hill that they contribute to a new fire hall. That agreement, as I said last week, we're still in talks with the regional district with renewing that agreement. The current agreement, which dates back to 2020, says $450,000 for a new fire hall, but with the inflation since COVID, they've now been informed of this $1.4 million number.
Sorry, Mr. Burdett. It compels me to ask, that agreement is not at risk, the 1.4 million.
Well, so the agreement defines it as the notional cost of one bay, but there is a set amount in the agreement of $450,000. And so we've been in multiple talks with them about this new notional cost of one bay being 1.4 million.
Okay.
And initial reactions to that number have been positive and totally reasonable from their part, but it does take time to draft a new agreement and enter into it.
Yeah.
The only thing that they've stipulated is that they expressed they'd rather include it as part of the borrowing for the project and contribute to the loan instead of an upfront contribution. That's the only thing they've said in relation to that number. So it's not a formal agreement. But I don't anticipate any risks at this point with that number.
Thank you.
To answer your question.
Thank you very much.
Oh, and also they're working on including it in their budget for next year too, like updating the numbers and informing their directors. So the third point there is reserve use of $4 million and borrowing of 3.6 million. That 3.6 million worth of borrowing assumes a successful SPF grant application of $7 million. So I'd like to go over that funding opportunity. And I also hope to answer some questions from Ms. Ngaro from her speaking points earlier. So the Strategic Priorities Fund, or SPF, is part of the Canada Community Building Fund, or CCBF. The CCBF has two funding streams. There's the one that's called the Community Works Fund, and that's an annual payment that Fernie gets every year, and roughly about $330,000. And historically, Fernie has been putting that money into a reserve and saving it up for a bigger project such as this. And we are depleting most of that reserve towards this fire hall. The other side of the Canada Community Building Fund is the Strategic Priorities Fund, the SPF, and it's an application-based grant funding portion. They only accept applications every 2 to 3 years. So this year they just announced they're opening at end of May, and we have to have applications in by September 12th. The maximum amount available per project is $7 million. It has funded fire halls in the past. Burns Lake, as an example, got $6 million the last time this was open in 2022 for their fire hall. And $6 million was the maximum amount available in 2022. Again, this just opened end of May, and there was no advance warning other than as I said earlier, the intakes for this program have historically opened every 2 to 3 years. So we knew it was coming soonish. We just didn't know when until end of May when they announced it. We did meet internally at a leadership level and review our other large projects for viability with this fund, as you can only submit one application. And the fire hall was the clear winner in terms of approved types of projects. And really, it was just the best suited for this funding stream in terms of timing of where this project is at. And I have lightly talked about this funding opportunity in previous council meetings, hoping that it would open in time for our fire hall project and that the timing of the funding stream would line up. And as it turns out, it does line up very nicely with this project. I attended a session put on by UBCM in Cranbrook in June. UBCM is the Union of BC Municipalities, and they administer this SPF program on behalf of the province. The only part of this fire hall project that didn't line up perfectly with this funding stream is the remaining funding for the project. Specifically, if we were to hold a referendum in October, this would be after the September 12th SPF application deadline. UBM specifically said at that session in Cranbrook that they like to see that we have the remainder of the funding secured for the project. Otherwise, they view the project as risky, which very much impacts the likelihood of a successful application. I've been on the phone a lot with UBCM and the Municipal Finance Authority, or the MFA, who ultimately loans us this money, and other municipalities that have been through this process, trying to get as much information as I can. And UBCM specifically told us that applications are considered final and can't be amended after the fact with additional information. So as of the September 12th deadline, if we do a referendum in October, we would not have the remaining funding for this project locked up, and therefore would be unlikely to get this grant. Which brings us to another option to secure the remainder of the funds, which is approval-free borrowing. This is the second major change, as council knows, very recent legislation. This was just announced 3 weeks ago now. The press release is dated June 24th. The province increased the approval-free borrowing capacity for municipalities. And they did this because the Minister of Municipal Affairs said in the press release, I quote, "Municipalities said that outdated borrowing thresholds were slowing down their ability to deliver the infrastructure people count on," end quote. So the old legislation, which was in place until last month, meant that we, the city of Fernie, could only get a loan for $4.6 million approval-free. This meant regardless of grant intake timing for the SPF, we would have needed to hold a referendum, which meant we would have had to watch this grant sail by. The new legislation just announced 3 weeks ago means we can borrow almost $24 million approval-free at current interest rates. So before 3 weeks ago, this was not a viable option to secure the rest of the funds for the project. Since 3 weeks ago, it is a viable option. And just to say that again, so I'm extra clear, City of Fernie very, very recently has the approval-free borrowing limit to take on a loan of this size approval-free, whether we get the SPF grant or not.
And can I ask, Mr. Burdett, you didn't see this coming, so to speak?
No, and I have a point about that specifically on the next slide, just the trend of provincial communications to municipal finance people.
Yeah, thank you. Councilor Ramirez?
Don't mind, Your Worship. I just have a clarifying question. Like, can you give us a sense of why UBCM is so rigid with the timelines and what your conversation with MFA has been on that? Like, just give us some more details about that.
That's a great question, and I asked it at that session in Cranbrook because UBCM, well, first of all, UBCM and MFA are two separate organizations, but UBCM administers this grant, MFA loans money. So UBCM said they've been trying to advocate on municipalities' behalf to increase this fund, which comes from the federal government, this Canada Community Building Fund. And the response they got from the feds was that, well, you're not spending the money that we give you. So, you know, that's why we have a reserve in our Community Works Fund that we're putting towards this project. That's why we're applying for this grant. And then I also asked in that session, why are the timelines so tight? Why why do we only have 3 months after you announce this to get, it's extremely difficult to have a project of this size line up with this grant funding stream. The answer, first of all, they only have 125 million for this SPF fund for all municipalities outside of Metro Vancouver. They said last year, or 2022, last time it was open, they had 4 or 5 projects that got the maximum $6 million amount. And you can see why they only had 4 or 5, because it is so hard to get these timed up nicely. And I think it's because it's a function of their capacity too. They get a lot of applications for this program. It takes them 8 or 9 months to announce the winners. So if they had the applications open any longer or more flexible on what you could submit after the date, then, I can see from their point of view how hard it would be to announce winners. Like this intake and announcement takes a full 1.5 years on their part to do it this way. So it is really hard to get this money to time up nicely for it. But apart from them adding more staff, I guess my answer to your question is I didn't get a clear answer other than this is how it's always been done.
Further?
Can we run a referendum and seek forgiveness later?
So during that Cranbrook session, they encouraged open communication with them while applying and after applying. So initially I started calling them, giving them the heads up that we were going to submit this application for this fire hall. And then I started informing them of the timeline of our referendum, because a month ago this was staff's plan to have the referendum. It was our only option. We didn't have this approval-free borrowing option. And that was when I got the response that any information submitted after September 12th won't be considered, because they've already started measuring it against the other applications and assessing. So October would have been too late for the referendum.
Mr. Baranowski.
One of the first gates will be, does the municipality have committed funding such that if we give them the grant, the project goes? And if we don't, if I were administering the grant, I would file it in the garbage can. Because why would I risk awarding $1 to $7 million of public funds to a municipality that doesn't have the remaining funds to make that project a success at the expense of other municipalities who do have that money? Could we tell them we have the money secured and still go to referendum? No, not if we expected to participate in the process moving forward with UBCM and the Canada Community Building Fund or SPF grants in the future. If we start fudging the numbers with that higher risk, staff cannot recommend that. And I don't think that's what you're asking. You're asking, can we say we don't have it, have the referendum, and then really start hammering them? Not to our benefit, to our application. Is there clear communication? And I understand it, because it looks really bad to tell the federal government that our province needs investment and then fail to give it away because municipalities don't have the matching funds to make a project go.
Well, and just anecdotally, and I don't know if this applies to the feds, but there's increased rigidity in most grant funding streams, particularly post-COVID when money was available, but many communities didn't deliver on projects, and the funders were continuously having to hound them about what's happening. Oh, we're still raising funds, or I think that's also part of it, is this, it's tightened up across the board in terms of expectation. Councillor Nixon?
Thank you, Worship. When you look at it from the bigger picture, from high above, it's like we've been pushing, or Federation of Canadian Municipalities has been pushing for a new municipal growth framework, and we've been asking the province through UBCM to give us reliable funding. But instead, what has been done is they've increased our opportunity to borrow and thrown more grants at them. So I find it very frustrating, but this is a game that we're playing. But I think that the provincial and federal governments realize what state we're in with our infrastructure deficit, and it's across Canada. So it's just the stars have aligned for us. So that's what I see, and I think we're in a good position right now.
Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Artie Kelly.
Thank you. The other thing that I've would interpret from the rigidity of the application process, as Councilor Nixon just alluded to, there are so many communities right across the country that are in such state needing funds. They need a way to very quickly and easily parse through all of the applications. And so by creating stricter project submission requirements, it helps them, you know, it's still going to take a year and a half, as staff just mentioned. So those are my 2 bits.
Councillor Audie Kelly.
Thanks, Your Worship. One of the things that really concerns me is actually in the next point, your bullet points in the slide. CFO, if you could put that back up, because I'm seeing our Brady Bunch instead of the slide. So just wanting to make sure I'm understanding that point correctly. The $23.8 million approval-free borrowing would not apply to additional approval-free borrowing for wastewater, for example, because we currently have stage 1 costing of 18 million, if I'm correct. We don't have the stage 2 costing, and I believe we had planned on also looking at grant funding for that. I can't remember the name of the grants or the source of those grants off the top of my head, but also what also concerns me is is one community going to get a pile of grants? Because there is no 2 ways around the fact that we need to do something with our wastewater and we're on the clock. As far as I know, we haven't gotten approval to move past the October deadline, and we're going to have to do something, and we're going to have to pay for it. So I guess this is a question that maybe would be difficult for staff to answer, but how many grants is one town going to get? What's our success rate really going to be? I totally appreciate and would love to get this grant for the fire hall. I think that would be like magically wonderful. But I also think people in the community need to have wastewater and drinking water. So I'm a little bit worried about that aspect of it, impacting each other, so to speak. And I'm not sure that it will or does, but I'd like a little more certainty.
Thanks, Councillor Audie Kelly. Yeah, first of all, this bullet point is in, you asked me about this after the meeting last week, so I put that there. So capital projects related to drinking water and or implementation of an improved wastewater treatment plans can be secured borrowing approval free. And this is regardless of what our approval free limit happens to be. So with respect to this loan for the fire hall, that doesn't affect borrowing for wastewater projects. It does affect approval free limits for other major projects like the CNL right away that we've been talking for a while. But just some math on that new limit up there of 1.4 million. That's the 1.4 is how much annual payment we're allowed to have. So, you know, if we're successful in this grant application, there'll be about 210,000 of annual payments for a $3.6 million loan. And we have a $600,000 loan coming off the books in 2026. And this is another response to Ms. Angaro's questions. We do have a few loans. One was a $3 million loan over 5 years for the operations facility. That's $600K per year. And that's the one that's coming off the books in 2026. 2025 is our last payment on that. So that 600K goes back into the limit, making it 2 million minus 200,000 for this fire hall loan if we get it, which would bring it to 1.8, which means we could still have about 30 million bucks of approval free limit. So there's still quite a lot of room there. And then we have another loan for when West Fernie came amalgamated with Fernie, we paid some of the infrastructure with a loan there. I just wanted to answer Ms. Angaro's question there. But in terms of, you know, Kimberly, the grant name you can't remember is the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Fund that Kimberly secured for their wastewater project. You know, we're not quite there yet where we need to pull the trigger on a $20 million upgrade this year, but that's certainly an option staff will be exploring on top of borrowing, on top of reserves, on top of, any other funding stream that may be available at that time. So in terms of offering you more comfort, it's the best I have at this moment during this report, which I know is not much. We still don't have enough money for all this, obviously. And then I'd like to build on what Councillor Ramadas was asking about the rigidity. I did ask the officer, I said, look, we're having a referendum in October. I'm going to know right away if we're going to have this funding secured. I can let you know before you even announce these projects, which in my head seemed reasonable. But the answer I got was a very strict, tough, that doesn't work for us. So, I mean, it's not a guarantee that we wouldn't get it, but it certainly seemed unlikely, which is why this is the route that I am recommending.
Your worship.
Further?
So just so I'm understanding, CFO, this 1.4 million in payments, does that only apply to the non-wastewater approval-free borrowing?
Yep.
So if we had to borrow for wastewater, which currently we don't even know the total cost of, and if we had to borrow for the failing slope, that would be a major environmental disaster and leave half of our town without service, that would that particular project be part of the approval free, or would that fall under wastewater?
That's a good question. I think it could technically fall under wastewater. Even if it didn't, it would be up to council whether or not to pursue the approval-free limit. You could still go to referendum for a loan of that size. So, and that 1.4 million is our approval-free limit. Our actual liability servicing limit is like 5.6 million, I think it is. So we have capacity to borrow, over $100 million in loans. So, which, I'm not.
You're not advocating.
I'm not saying we should do that, but that's our capacity is defined by the province.
Okay. Mr. Brodowski?
Thank you. If I could, to some of the question, Councillor Audy, or comments Councillor Audy Kelly raised, how likely we are to receive multiple grants as one community. Sometimes funds are through different ministries. As someone who works with the provincial government often, I'm sure you appreciate ministries don't talk to other ministries all that effectively all the time. So they may not compare our success rate. But if you look at our flood protection grants or the climate adaptation grants that we've received for flood protection, we are an example to the province. Ms. Weir and the team developed a plan, secured a grant, built a dike, secured a grant, built a dike. We have advanced that plan well beyond reasonable expectations. We're delivering dikes on or below budget, on time, protecting the community, and we keep receiving more regularly because we've demonstrated our ability to build out those capital projects on time and on budget. And so I think the more we do that and the more we maintain open relationships, the better we look and the more likely we are to receive grants. Do I think that the individuals looking at climate adaptation grants are also going to be looking at a fire hall grant? Probably not. And so there's a lot of, if it's the same people and we know them and they know our track record, great. Yeah.
Councillor Ramadas?
Thanks, Your Worship. I just, I'm trying to parse out the timelines here, CFO. Why do we have first, second, and third readings in a single night session? Because I appreciate the timeline crunch here. We need to put the application out. Get that. But when you really think about, what is the other process that has this big dollar implication? Our budget for the year is a great example. It's in the same ballpark as this in terms of the actual spend for the year, right? And yet we have 3 readings over, several weeks. Could we potentially have split these 3 readings into 2 sessions? And the reason I'm asking Your Worship is not just for the dollar value. This is a massive amount of borrowing that we are looking at, but it also gives the community some time to digest what we are doing here. And regardless of what decision we take tonight, it's just I feel like it needs a little bit of a breathing time here. I feel like the community is talking about location. It is also talking about the borrowing capacity of the municipality and really thinking about the tax implications as well. And literally, we've had no time to communicate this effectively. So two reasons, two questions I have, one after the other. Can we have split readings? If not, why not?
Thanks, Councillor Amadas. That's a good question. It started, I've got two dates that it started with. One was when the contract for design was awarded to Chandos, which was in March. And then the end date was a potential referendum in mid to late October, which kind of worked with just the timing of the year and when we could hire an elections officer. So between March and October, we had to fit in a lot of things in order to be ready to have the referendum in October. So, you know, from March to June, Chandos worked on that report that Ms. Weir presented last week with the Class C estimate. Need the Class C estimate before you can really lock in a funding strategy, which was part of last week's report as well. And then the original timeline to bring the bylaw for 3 readings tonight was in order to be ready for referendum in October, because, you know, tomorrow, if this bylaw is given readings, I am going to submit it to the province for review. It takes them 6 to 8 weeks for inspection, and then it has to come back to council for adopt, and then there's a month quashing period. So that already brings you to October, and then you're ready to have the referendum. So that was where the original timeline came from. And then in discussions with UBCM, they did say that council resolution authorizing approval-free borrowing and an expectation of when we get ultimate approval from the MFA would be enough for this application in September 12th. So that's why I kept the timeline of reading the bylaw tonight so that we can submit to the province this week, get ultimate approval in 2 months, which hopefully is in time for that September 12th deadline. And then we'll have some like concrete deadlines to share with the SPF fund on when we expect to get approval from the MFA.
Can you explain for council and the folks at home what the quashing period is?
I might look to our corporate officer, but essentially it's the bylaws there for a month, and any member of the public can move to strike it down. And I don't, off the top of my head, know the mechanism by which somebody might do that, but we'll get you an answer, a better answer soon.
Councillor Amadas?
So many questions, Your Worship. So potentially in that quashing period, if somebody wants to change the location and doesn't like this, could they do that?
So yeah, short answer is no. It would have to be, someone would have to undertake this process if they believe it was legally not done properly.
So it's effectively a judicial review of our decision making up to and including this point.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. Yeah.
Just one more question, Your Worship, before, like, I don't want to slow down the communication that you're making here, CFO. Say if I have my third reading next week, what happens? Do reading 1 and 2 tonight and third reading next week? Assuming we can call a special council meeting, which I'm not presuming, but say we had another meeting Tuesday night next week, will that affect our timeline?
Thanks, Councillor Amadas. My first answer was going to be that there's no meeting scheduled for next week, which was part of the timeline. And then my second answer is if it takes the province a full 8 weeks to review this bylaw, then, you know, we're going to miss that September 12th deadline. Right. I have been told that a resolution authorizing this process would be enough. So I don't think that would be a huge deal if we didn't get it back from the province until after September 12th. But in my head, I wanted to have that bylaw approved by the province so that we could submit it with our application. That's all.
Councillor Adia Kelly.
Thanks, Your Worship. Can you just speak a little bit more about that process, CFO, the submission to the inspector piece?
Sure. There's a checklist on their website of how and what to submit. And so part of what I intend to submit tomorrow is this bylaw itself, council resolution. They want to know that they want to see the engineering estimates and contingencies. They want to see that there's a plan to budget for it in the future, both operationally and capitally speaking. They want to see what the plan is for approval from electors. So whether it's you're going to have a referendum or you're doing an alternate approval or you're doing approval free. They want to see what you plan to ask for from the MFA, what product, because they offer long-term borrowing, they offer temporary borrowing, they offer short-term borrowing. So there's a whole list of things that has to be submitted alongside this bylaw. And then it'll be my first time through it. So I'm assuming there'll be questions back and forth over the 6-8 weeks.
Further, your worship?
Yep.
So you have to, we would then have to basically say we're going to borrow the full amount, correct? Because we don't know that we will get the grant.
Mhm.
So we have to be prepared to say that we will borrow the full amount. Now, is that like, we have to say we'll borrow 16 million, or we have to say we'll borrow, what was it,
12, I believe.
12 altogether, because we could take the reserve piece off?
That's correct. The bylaw says 12 million, which includes our 3.5, the 7 if we don't get this grant. So 10.5 plus the 1.4 for the regional districts portion of it.
Okay.
Sorry, our 3.6, not 3.5. So that equals 12.
Because it went up 100,000 in the last week. So we would have to be, say in our checklist that we're prepared to borrow the full amount. Okay, thought so.
Councillor Ramadas?
Thanks, Your Worship. I didn't want to ask this question, but since Councillor Audia Kelly raised this, like, so that also kind of threw me off, CFO and CAO, to be honest with you. Like, why did we throw that $100,000 when we knew this was a Class C estimate and, just.
If
I know the reasoning behind it. You needed some gravel or something, but just makes me nervous when things like those come through.
Yeah, thank you. If I can, the reason that was added back in is so that as we work through the project, we're not relying on contingencies now, that we can work on whittling those contingencies down rather than funding this. And we have been so focused on the facility itself that part of that phase 1 commitment to ensure that there is continued ability to do drop off and access just wasn't budgeted for adequately in the work that was done. So that's why it was added in. It's a budget that we feel is needed rather than leaning on the contingency for it at this point in the process. Let's just know that we have to budget it and ensure that we can fund maintaining that drop off to support the 2 schools and our partners there.
And it does speak to one of the comments in the public participation period about maintaining safe access and use of the entire site. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Burdett.
Thank you. Of course, I just stopped sharing. Just please. So again, I have discussed this option with UBCM. They said a council resolution authorizing approval-free borrowing and an expectation of when we get ultimate approval from MFA would be enough for application by September 12th. Meaning, if council decides on approval-free borrowing route, this would time all aspects of this project in line with this SPF intake period. I've got a slide here on pros and cons of approval-free borrowing as staff sees them. Pros, as I just mentioned, lines up the project really quite perfectly with the intake period for the SPF. It also allows staff to better support construction now, beginning in 2026. And by that, I mean faster timelines and improved sequencing with everything else that needs to be completed, like rezoning and the right of reverter covenant that's on the property. Instead of waiting until an October referendum and then scrambling for spring construction start. It also provides more cost certainty for this project. If a referendum fails, this project only gets more expensive. Staff also received confirmation that a referendum is not a requirement to address this right of reverter covenant on the property. This means if we get the grant, which staff feels like we have a really good chance, the city portion of borrowing will only be 3.6 million, as I've said. And for reference, last year in these meetings, we were talking about borrowing upwards of 16 million. It's quite a big difference. The most obvious con to approval-free borrowing is that there's a sizable part of the community, as council has heard tonight, that's expecting a referendum. And to be honest, this was staff's expectation as well, even as short as a month ago. But these two very recent changes in the SPF intake opening and the legislation around borrowing has had a significant impact on the funding strategy. This past week, there's a bit of chatter online that the city has been hiding this option all along. And I just want to say, I completely understand reactions to this. A lot has changed very quickly, and the recommended funding strategy for this project has taken a sharp pivot. But the idea that we've known about this the entire time is completely false. As I've said, the press release for these borrowing limits was June 24th. Anyone interested can Google this press release. Municipalities get absolutely zero heads up before announcements like this from the province. An example of standard communication from the province, the only time the province passes legislation related to municipal finance in the almost 5 years I've been in here is in mid-May when they publish their tax rates for funding schools. These tax rates are there so that we can send them their money for school tax. It's in their interest to tell us so that they can get paid and so they can run our schools, but they still don't tell us. There's an online message board of municipal finance officers like myself that refresh their website twice a day in mid-May for these rates so we can pay them the correct amounts. So no, we didn't get any heads up from the province on this one, aside from that June 24th press release. And since that press release, staff and myself have been just trying our best to put the timing of all these changes and of all these variables together for council to give our community the best chance of being awarded a significant amount of money to put towards this project. And if they had announced it on July 24th instead of June 24th, we'd have been out of luck with this grant opportunity. So it's fortunate that they did it when they did. So that said, staff's recommendations this evening are as follows. The third recommendation there, I didn't have it on the staff report as it's not exactly required for the borrowing bylaw submission, but as I was losing sleep over this earlier this week, I thought it would be beneficial to get an extra clear resolution from council on this approach, should it be needed during follow-up questioning from the province. Thank you. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Burdett. Questions from council? Councilor Nixon.
Thank you, Worship. Now, does this number include the optional stuff that was on the list before, like the fire pole and the covered parking? And it does. Okay, great. But it doesn't include the the hydronic heating. Okay.
Councilor Artie Kelly.
Not so much a question as more of a observation. I think what concerns me the most is clearly from our Let's Talk informal survey, just want to be clear that that wasn't statistically valid data. It was more of a opinion poll, I guess you'd say, Your Worship.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe the community was expecting to have their voice. I also think that there is a great deal of concern, and I'm going to use the word confusion about the location. And so I think the speed with which this has happened, although it wasn't a conspiracy or hidden or any of those things, but that for many people, the speed is very unsettling and disconcerting. And now to be also faced with the possibility of not being able to have a voice when it's been customary for things like this to go to referendum. Really, it has. Like, this is new stuff, new legislation by the province that they decided to enact, in June? So I think people haven't had a chance to catch their breath. And that concerns me because I think, as you said about online chatter, it gives the appearance of, that maybe that we haven't been transparent or forthcoming, even though we have. So I'm concerned for the community for those reasons. And I'm not sure what the remedy is, other than a little more time to communicate to people. But what I'm hearing is if we give more time to communicate, we don't get our inspection done on time, and then we can't get the grant.
Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. The one question that I had written down, thinking about the community and the risks to the community, what happens if this doesn't go ahead? There's a line in the report that says, I didn't write the whole sentence down, but if this doesn't get approved, we will likely be requiring significant funds to renovate the current facility. Do we have a ballpark estimate? Like, would you be able to provide, are we talking thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions? Because that's also a concern and a cost that, if we do vote to go to a referendum, we have the cost of the referendum. We have the cost of the very high risk of not securing a grant. If the referendum gets shot down, we have a very immediate cost of renovating and bringing up to code our current facility. So I'm just curious to kind of do a bit of a comparison what that might be facing.
To council, we can't provide a cost estimate. We haven't had it scoped, but the current facility is not a post-disaster facility. They're working out of a facility that's insufficient to meet their needs, and that doesn't meet the needs of the community. I mean, as has been said, those vehicles and our equipment are experiencing damage, being parked on gravel lots with dust. We see breathing apparatus failing and needing repair, and then they're also delayed. They're shaken with washboard, and then they're delayed crossing the tracks. So it's a really poor location that also doesn't meet post-disaster standards. It's unfit, and so would need significant investment and renovation if we're not. Likely. It is essentially up to the determination of the local authority, and so we have we have to work to meet code eventually. And so we've been operating out of there with the understanding that we're advancing a fire hall replacement. But I don't have a financial comparison for you. But it's not siding or a roof, right? It's structural reinforcement, it's engineering, it's a really significant investment.
Councillor Audie Kelly?
Thanks, Your Worship. Slightly different tack here. In the really great world where we get that grant, and we only have to borrow the 3.6, I think you said it would be $55 and change for the average household, $55.76 if I remember correctly.
55.26.
26. Darn, got that wrong. What time frame was that over?
Thanks, Councillor Audie Kelly. It's over 30 years.
So if the community is concerned about having long-term debt or retiring that debt, currently we had our, I'm going to call it replenishment loan, that we're paying $622. Our last payment is $622 to retire that, and we've done it in 5 years. So if we were to say only have to borrow 3.6 million, what would that look like if we borrowed it over a shorter time frame to the average household, so that we retired the debt more quickly, so that we then have opportunities for other costs coming forward?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
That's a good question. I mentioned this earlier. The MFA has 3 products. There's short-term borrowing, which is what we used for that $3 million loan, and it's a maximum of 5 years for loans like that. And then there's long-term borrowing. Oh, and the short-term borrowing, you have the freedom to pay it off ahead of time, like ahead of schedule. You can put more money down on it. Long-term borrowing is over 20 to 30 years. but your payments are fixed. You can't put more money on it. It's fixed over that 20, 30 years. So you're stuck as soon as you enter that into that sort of a product with the MFA. The third option is temporary borrowing, which was the plan for this fire hall because it allows for more flexibility as you're building. You only take out money as you need it, and you only take out exactly as much as you need. So that was always going to be the start. But when it comes to transferring that temporary borrowing to one of the other two products, that could be an option that we explore with council down the road later into construction. The idea was that it was always long-term because it was going to be so much money and it was just unaffordable over 5 years. But if it's 3.6 million, you're right, those payments could be manageable over that short-term product. So the answer is that'll be something we explore later in this borrowing process.
Further?
Yeah, so you explain a little bit in the report about the amounts to approximately a 6.08% taxation increase if we had to borrow the full 12. And I believe the 5526 was a 2.06 taxation increase. So is that an automatic thing that's set for the next X years of borrowing?
If all other things coming in and out of the municipality remain the same, then yes. But it wouldn't be instant. It wouldn't be effective 2026 because of that temporary product. So we're not going to need to pay for all of this in 2026, meaning our payments for the first couple of years will be a little lower.
Okay.
So yeah. But
Yeah, I was just trying to get our baseline. So we would start out with X and then all other expenses and costs go on top of X. That's where I'm trying to go,
yeah.
CFO.
Yeah. So a baseline tax increase for 27, say, would be straight off the hop 2 or 6% increase for this loan payment. But I should also say, well, I mean, we already know other things coming off the books, like the 600K loan payment, but that was already taken out of our contributions to reserves. So that's not really money that's coming in. Anyway, as you know, there's lots of things that change year to year. Yeah.
Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. Just a quick question about the structure of the loans through MFA. The short term and the temporary, they're both fixed for the length of the loan term? And I guess the long term as well. Like are all those the interest rates set at the time of borrowing, or are there times where it might jump up or drop down?
Good question. Short term and temporary are variable. So it depends on what happens and they adjust accordingly. Long term, you lock into when you first start a loan, you have to lock into it for 10 years. Current rate right now is 4.13%. And then you kind of refinance every 5 years after that. So the payments do change a bit, but it is locked in for that initial period of time.
Councillor Nixon?
Well, thank you, Worship. I think this is the right thing to do for Fernie, and I would like to put a motion for the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Further discussion? Councillor Reminis?
I have to echo what Councillor Audia Kelly said, Your Worship, and I know I will be repeating whatever you said, Councillor, but it's worth repeating, fortunately or unfortunately. We're really in a rock and a hard place here. The timelines are super strict. The borrowing is pretty extensive. But there is an expectation with the community that their voices need to be heard. And philosophically for me, that is number one on my list. Like dollars and cents, how much it costs are all like very important. But really, if you're talking about democracy and having people's voices heard, that is paramount. And again, like I wish I could make an easy, like, I wish I could simplify this whole thing, but there isn't a simple solution either. And like Councillor said, I wish there was a remedy also, and we don't have a remedy. I don't know how to solve this, but really the voice of the people need to be heard, and we don't have an avenue here. Like, forget about a referendum. Like, we can't even do a third reading and ensure that the community understands the implication of this decision we are making. We're making a decision on a Tuesday night at 10 p.m. Everyone is asleep, and this is going to be a multi-generation debt that we are taking. Just for context here, like, I'm in my mid 40s right now, and my daughter is like 12 years old, and in the worst case scenario, we will be paying the last cent when she's my age. It's like massive. Like, I can't grasp this, and I feel like we needed more time to digest this all. Sitting here in the hot seat, I myself can't absorb this, and we haven't even given the opportunity for the community to understand this. And also there is a lot of emotional attachment to the Prentice Park, and we haven't solved that effectively either. When this file came to us a year and a half or 2 years ago, I can't even remember, geez. I voted for Prentice Park location because at that point in time, I truly believed that was the right spot. And even then I remember people, a lot of multi-generation Fernie families told me, and they had an emotional attachment to it. Like, I appreciated that. But when I made that decision, what I thought was there would be a path forward to actually refurbish, make that entire leisure facility world class. And I was like probably seeing that through rose tinted glasses. And I just thought, we could have a fire hall and also have a really good facility there. But seeing the amount of complications and the complexity of everything, even that is not achievable. Like, right now, where we are is we are going to have a functional fire hall, can't do anything with the Prentice Park. And then there is this real pressure from the provincial government to say yay or nay in literally next 15 minutes. And I think it is not fair on the community. I think we have to have some kind of a referendum or some kind of a remedy, like you said, where the voices can be heard. I don't know what that looks like. So I might vote no on this one.
Mr. Burdett.
Thanks, Mayor Milligan. I just wanted to, just for people that are interested, just remind the process before March too, because we did, last year we had a process to select the site, and as Councillor Ramadas just said, there was a vote to select Prentice Park, and that's how we arrived at March with that report, with getting this estimate from Chandos and now the funding strategy. And I just wanted, and I remember seeing comments that, well, the site will be voted down with referendum, but just for clarity, the referendum is only about whether to borrow money. That the question about site can't be a question on the referendum. And I just want to make that clear. And so with this 3 readings of the bylaw, the original plan was it was going to feel like there was time for the referendum. You'd give the bylaw, it would go to the province, and then you'd still always have the referendum. Now, obviously, it feels rushed because this is like locking in this approval free. And I get it, but I just need to reiterate this is from my chair, the best chance to get this $7 million towards the fire hall.
Yeah, I appreciate that observation, Mr. Burdett. And I, like Councillor Ramadas, and well, I think like all of us, we're absolutely sympathetic to that notion that the community is going to lose a ball diamond. But I want to thank, amongst others, Ms. Weir for bringing that presentation last week. Like, it is a portion of Prentice Park. It is not all of Prentice Park. And I think that's a very important distinction, and the thought in terms of reducing the usage of that site, both to contain cost and retains quite a bit of green space, more than was originally considered. So thank you for that, and thank you for the design team for doing that. I I understand and I'm super sympathetic that people want a voice in this, but at the same time, 46 years ago, the fire department moved out of a building on this site into a temporary location at a repurposed tire shop that served us until 2022. It was temporary for that entire time, and nobody did anything about it. And I just think this community deserves better. And when someone says we're between a rock and a hard place, I don't see it that way at all. There is a window of opportunity that is open for this community that sees us borrow 3 points potentially, and I'm not going to suggest the grant's a slam dunk, that sees this community potentially only have to borrow $3.6 million to construct a fully functional, multi-generational fire hall that will service your daughter when she's 42. And I think that is the window of opportunity we see here I see for this community. I see no other choice than to take this shot. And I'm perfectly happy to take the heat for that if people are upset. But vision is about looking to the future. And looking to the future includes the day we did the site selection, the very next day we phoned all the user groups who were the teams, the folks who were using Prentice Park. And we worked with them through a process to make sure their needs were met. And they were here last week and we talked about that. We've included their needs in the borrowing. That is part of the picture. We are not deaf to the concerns of the community. But the vision is broader than that. And vision requires change. Our community will not move forward if we're afraid to take these decisions, if we're afraid to show leadership. That's what we were elected for. I was not elected to get reelected. That's not why I'm here. I'm here to make good decisions for this community. If people choose not to reelect me, I'm okay with that. But I look to the future of this community and this is what it needs. 46 years without a truly functional fire hall. Sure, they made do with it, but that is unforgivable. And successive councils chose to do nothing. And we have a councillor on council now who, one of his regrets, and I apologize for speaking for him, when he left office, the community was poised to go ahead with a fire hall. And look, here we are again. And guess what? It's only got more expensive. And that's the burden we place on the future of this community. We have a window of opportunity here. It really is a seize the day moment. Like I can't emphasize that enough. 3.6 million versus who knows in the future. It just, I think we'd be foolhardy not to take this opportunity, to at least try. We fail? Okay, but we got to take a shot at it. Councillor McKeisen?
Thank you, Your Worship. You're going to be a hard act to follow there. I'm going to be brief because I think most people have covered most of the things that I'm about to say. I'll mention that the outline of this as being a rushed decision here, I don't buy it. We've been working on this for the last few years. We've had open houses about it. We've interviewed people about it. People have come and talked about it. The only thing that's happening right now is we're shortening up the timeline on the decision of the money. That's it. Well, this has been a decades long. You mentioned, Your Worship, that when I left office in 2011, we looked like we had a plan going forward and it didn't happen yet again. So that's 15 years ago and we're still dragging on. We actually have an opportunity right now if we if we move decisively and get the loan, to potentially have to borrow less money than we were looking at a fire hall would cost back in 2010. Like the chance of that coming along again, like the amount of increasing costs that we've seen in municipal infrastructure happening over the last 5 to 7 years, not moving forward, this now is not cutting our nose off to spite our face, it's cutting our face off to spite our nose. It's that significant. So yeah, I'm happy to support this. I am sympathetic to the people who are concerned about the baseball diamond. But as you point out, there's been lots of conversation and we are working hard to make sure that they're served as best as possible. But yeah, I think this particular plan, we're lucky that it's happened. We'd be foolish not to move forward with it, and decisively.
Thank you. I'll turn to our corporate officer and ask if you can read the recommendation.
Your Worship and Council, the staff recommendation is that the Fire Hall Loan Authorisation Bylaw number 2533/2025 be given first, second and third readings, and that Council directs staff to apply for the Canada Community Building Fund Strategic Priorities Fund for the Fernie Fire Hall project, and that Council directs staff to submit Fire Hall Loan Authorisation Bylaw number 2533/2025 to the Inspector of Municipalities using approval-free liability zone as defined in Part 2, subsection 7 of the Municipal Liabilities Regulation, last amended by BC Regulation 76/2025.
That was moved by Councillor Nixon and seconded by Councillor Hamilton.
Great.
All those in favor? Myself, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Nixon, and Councillor McIsaac. Those opposed? Councillor Ramirez? A non-vote is a vote in favor. Understood. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Good discussion and considerable milestone for our community. Item 6.1. The Manager Similini Show continues with, after a brief interlude, 190 Whitetail Drive covenant modification.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council will be very brief with this presentation. So the development of 190 Whitetail Drive has been moving forward for some time. Originally, it was for rental apartment style buildings, and unfortunately, that didn't work out. And now it's we're looking at rental townhouse style buildings. In order to make that development work, a little bit of background: it was a covenant registered on title back in 2009 when the proposed development was a high-end condominium development similar to what you see with Silver Rock on the highway. There was three, I guess, highlights to that covenant. One was to keep 4 of those units for attainable housing. I believe that they were supposed to be built in a townhouse, so they're actually a separate building from the condo complex. That there was a connection maintained between Slalom Drive and Whitetail Drive. And then a secondary emergency vehicle access, or SEVA, was to connect Whitetail Drive through to Cedar Bowl Crescent above. So the property owner has originally requested to remove the requirement for the originally requested to remove the covenant from title, but there is some important parts of that covenant that remain, including the secondary emergency vehicle access. So we are recommending tonight that the covenant be modified. So on your screen there, you can just see the site plan. One of our concerns with the connection from Whitetail to Slalom Drive was that there should have been a connection throughout. This is one of our original concerns, that a connection for emergency egress, for example, be maintained. In speaking with the developer and getting a little bit of a history lesson. The original reason for that section of the covenant was because Whitetail Drive and Slalom Drive were not connected at the time in 2009. So they weren't physically connected. So it was, there's a requirement for access to lands beyond, if you will, for emergency reasons. And secondly, the developer has come forward with a plan that actually circulates in and out very well, as you can see on the plan there. Secondly, the 4 attainable housing units. Again, the original development was to be a high-end condominium complex. So the 4 attainable housing units were there as to sort of contribute to that section of the housing continuum. But given the change in what they're doing, they're not going to be for sale condominium units. They're going to be rental units, which is important. So I guess to put it simply, 76, I believe, rental units outweighs 4 attainable units in the context of what we're looking at. So we're recommending tonight that that those 2 clauses be removed. Although we do want to modify the covenant to allow or to ensure that those units are not stratified. It's just when they are registering or when they're building, they'll have to do a covenant with to ensure that the units are rental for at least 10 years. But we want to ensure that we're not one day going to, just because the rental doesn't mean they can't be stratified, right? So you could stratify them and still rent them. And then once that rental covenant is off, you could sell them. So in this case, if they wanted to do that, they would have to go through a council process, which is the stratification of a previously occupied building, which I believe council has seen before. So again, just that little bit of extra insurance for the city to make sure that those units remain as rental. So our recommendation tonight is just to modify the covenant to remove the to remove the that the housing units don't have to be, that there does not need to be 4 attainable housing units, and then to delete the article to require the connection between Slalom Drive and Whitetail Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Simulini. Any questions from council? Seeing none, I'll ask our corporate officer to read the recommendation. Oh, Councillor McIsaac.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not so much a question as a comment on this. This particular piece of property has been, I remember working on this, I think in 2009 when this first came through. And I am beyond delighted to see the fact something actually happened up there. This buying property and land banking is a blight on our community. And frankly, if I could put rules in place that would prevent people from doing this for long periods of time like this, I would do it immediately, because it's a challenge for us. I want to make a comment about the affordable unit thing too. I remember when that particular legislation to add affordable housing units onto these multifamily was added on, and I supported it wholeheartedly at the time because of the demonstrated need, but my mind has changed since then. I actually think it's potentially slowing our ability to get multifamily development by putting burdens like that in the way of developers. In fact, if anything, if we were going to be looking for contributions to affordable housing, it should probably be coming from the builders of single family dwellings, because that's not contributing to it. Not that I'm proposing that right now, don't everybody panic. But but I do feel that we, like, it's a lesson learned that we have to beware when we try to manipulate markets like this, that we potentially are doing long-term harm when we're trying to solve a short-term problem. So anyway, I just wanted to say I support this change, and I'm delighted to see this project go forward.
As am I, because even in my short time in office, it's been very promising and then not. And so I'm so grateful for coming back with a redesign. I'm very pleased to see this. So thank you, Mr. Simulini. Over to you. Oh, yeah.
94 units.
76.
76, sorry. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, yeah, for reference, it's on the site plan of the slideshow that was just up, so you can go back and see it there as well.
Counselor?
Thanks, your worship. Actually, to Councillor McIsaac's point, that was one of the reasons I didn't want to see that kind of restrictive situation put into Montaigne, and agreed with the work that staff had done on that development parcel. So good point.
Anything else? No, over to you.
Staff recommendation is that council directs staff to execute a modification to covenant LB 356491 to amend Article 1 sub A sub I of the covenant to require that the housing units built as part of the development cannot be stratified, nor can an application to stratify be made until such a time as the units are occupied. And to delete Article 1 sub A sub 2 of the covenant that requires an emergency access connection between Whitetail Drive and Slalom Drive.
Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Audrey Kelly. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you.
And it is late, your worship. It's 79 units, so you get 3 bonus
79.
units.
Oh, 3 bonus units in 5 minutes. Well done. Thank you, everybody. So I will adjourn the meeting at 8:38 p.m. That's approaching a